Good evening. It is 7:06 on Monday, March 23rd, 2026. I'd like to call this meeting of the Lansing City Council to order and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Carter.
Here.
Councilmember Garza.
Here.
Councilmember Hussein.
Here.
Councilmember Cost.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Navarez Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Pelivanoglu.
Present.
Councilmember Spatafor.
Present.
There are 8 members present, a quorum, and we are to the meditation and pledge of allegiance.
Is there anyone on council that would like to dedicate this evening's meditation? Mayor, clerk? All right, we all ask you rise, take a moment of meditation.
You have for approval the March 9th proceedings.
Councilmember Pelivanoglu.
Thank you. I move the council proceedings from March 9th, 2026 as presented.
That is a proper motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
And we are to consideration of late items.
Sure. I'm going to pass the gavel over to the Vice President.
President Spatafor?
Yes. Pursuant to Rule 17, I move to discharge the Committee on Development Planning of Z2 2026 and SLU 2 2026 related to 332 Townsend for consideration later on this evening's agenda.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Okay, we are to special ceremonies and presentations. Our first special ceremony is canceled for this evening. So we have the appointment of Paul Schmidt as a member of the the Saginaw Street Corridor Improvement Authority.
Councilmember Navarez Martinez.
Yes, so we heard from Mr. Schmidt at our committee meeting. He is very passionate about public service, and he has been active in the community for very many years and wanted to serve on the commission to continue that public service.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure, so moved.
Okay. That is a motion to appoint Paul Schmidt as a member of the Saginaw Street Corridor Improvement Authority Board of Directors for a term to expire June 30th, 2026. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The clerk will now swear you in.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
and the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of
Saginaw Street Corridor Improvement Authority Board of Directors according to the best of my ability.
All right, congratulations. Just need to step over here and sign both.
And while we're waiting for the clerk to return, I just want to acknowledge item Act 4, 2026, the sale of the Lansing Shuffle Building. That did not come out of the Committee of the Whole this evening, so it will not be acted on this evening. For those of you that might be looking at that as an action item this evening, it did not come out of the Committee of the Whole and will not be acted on this evening.
All right, we are to comments by council members on the city clerk.
Councilmember Pelivanoglu.
Thank you, President Spatafor. I just want to take a few moments and deliver a statement on behalf of Council members Garza, Martinez, Navarez, Martinez, and myself in light of the recent allegations involving Cesar Chavez and the street in Lansing that carries his name. First and foremost, we want to acknowledge that acknowledge the individuals who've come forward and that we stand with victims. We recognize the courage it takes to speak out, especially when harm involves someone who has long been held as a symbol of a larger movement. We also want to express that the farm worker movement and the fight for dignity, labor rights, and justice is bigger than any one person. It was built by countless organizers, workers, families, including our own, as well as many whose names we may never know, but whose contributions continue to shape our communities today. We feel at this time it's important to reflect and listen, engage with our community, residents, advocates, local businesses, and those who feel most connected to the previous efforts to rename this street. This is not about erasing history. The process will move forward with openness and ensuring that how we commemorate it reflects our shared values as a city of dignity, accountability, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Palavanagu. Are there other comments? Councilmember Cost.
Thank you, President Spatafor, and thank you, Vice President Palavanagu. I wasn't aware of that statement, but I completely agree with it. Secondly, the First Ward constituent meeting will be happening the first Saturday in April, which is the 4th. I'm terrible with my dates, the 4th. It will be at the Allen Neighborhood Center at 11 a.m. So if you would like to come to the meeting, feel free. We'll be discussing everything Lansing. There will also be breakfast foods and good orange juice, unlike some other meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cost. We're going to dive into the definition of good orange juice someday, but for now, Councilmember Navarez-Martinez.
I just wanted to invite everyone to the Ward 2 constituent contact meeting that we will have on Thursday, the 26th, at the Election Center on Jolly at 701 West Jolly. We will have our Parks and Rec director there to talk about the potential new community center for Ward 2. We currently are the only ward without one, so please come and learn about that and give us your perspective. And we'll also have an update on the Nova Housing Initiative. So. Oh, 6 to 8. There you go. Thank you.
Other? Councilmember Hussein.
Yeah, and this one's a bit further off, but on April 11th, which is the second Saturday in April, 10 to 12 noon at 5825 Wise Road, we'll be having our monthly Third Ward constituent contact meeting. I'm still putting the agenda together, but confirmed in terms of attendance is a group out of Columbus, Ohio, Woda Cooper Companies. And they actually have the property at 5141 South MLK, which is the former site of the Metro Bowl, the old Metro Bowl that's actually being demolished now. They actually have a due diligence option on that particular property, and they are considering some $35 million, 124 apartment building project for that site. And so I've asked them to come and to present to the group, and they are eager to hear input and things of that nature, so we hope folks make it out to that. And then tomorrow, another blighted property, long blighted property at 6031 South MLK. This is the former site of the Maple Grove School. This is right across from the 517 Coffee Shop. This property, it was actually sold by the school district back in 2007 to Life Changers, then changed hands again in 2012. It was sold to Kingdom Life Ministries. Kingdom Life at that point had really hoped, they endeavored to kind of breathe new life into that, build a community center there, and for one reason or another, it just never happened. And so in any event, last February, that property was actually red tagged, was entered into our Make Safe or Demolish program, and the Make Safe or Demolish hearing is actually tomorrow. So that is, again, 6031 South MLK. The hearing is at 3:30 p.m. in front of a hearing officer. That is at 316 North Capitol in Suite C2. And if you can't attend to provide input, either in support or in opposition to the demolition, you can also email demolitionboard@listserv.lansingmi.gov. Did I say that right? listserv.lansingmi.gov. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hussein. Anyone else? Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. So I've mentioned a couple times that we have an upcoming special election May 5th for the Ingham Intermediate School District. 22,000 of you are going to get ballots, probably on Saturday, most of them. So those are going out in the mail. Keep an eye out for your ballot. Return it. You have until May 5th. Lots of options to return your ballot. free postage if you mail it back. Early, you can return it early voting. You can return it at your election day precinct. So, or you can drop it in person at the clerk's office next time you come to a council meeting. With that, we are to speaker registration. We are to community event announcements. If you're here and would like to tell us about a local community event, we'll give you 1 minute to tell us the details.
Okay, so I'm Nick Lazani, president of the Old Everett Neighborhood Association. Thanks to the few people who showed up at the Old Everett neighborhood meeting, it was kind of a dud because we had to have it in the main part of the library, and hardly anyone showed up because they had errands to run, and it was something I couldn't really control. But hopefully the next meeting will probably be better. There's not going to be one in April, but there will probably be one in May. Looking at the 13th of May, second Wednesday this time, because that's the only time that was available with the library, probably. And that's probably going to still be from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. at hopefully in the community room, and hope we don't have any more problems on this front. So hope to see you then, and we hope to do maybe a virtual option if the library will allow it. Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Any other community events? All right, seeing none then. This button's not working well today. Thank you. So we are to speaker registration for public comment on legislative matters. And so if you do wish to address City Council, you're required to sign in on a blue sheet in the back with Maggie in the back there in the blue jacket. And that does include the scheduled public hearings as well as all items listed on the consent agenda, resolutions for action, ordinances for introduction and passage. So it's items 5 through 28 on the printed council agenda. We'll give you another minute to turn that into Maggie if you have not already done so. With that, we are to the mayor's comments.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, first, I'm going to correct Councilman Hussein. So, Councilman, I think the listserv email was the old one, so they have now changed it, but I remembered that. But nope, we're both wrong. It is codecom, CODECOM, at lansingmi.gov. That's what they printed on the agenda, and again, I'm pretty sure the one you gave was the old one. So,
Can you say that just one more time?
codecom, CODECOM, at lansingmi.gov for the demolition board that the councilman mentioned. So I nodded, and then I realized I'm not sure that's right. So anyway, I have a few things, and I'll try and be quick. First, I want to thank everybody who helped out in the production of the State of the City. We got a lot of good feedback on that, doing a talk show style and bringing in other folks to discuss. I thought it went well. But Jason Gabriel and our public media team were fantastic. Scott Bean and Mark Lawrence were incredible getting the logistics. And thank you to all those that came on stage and everyone that came. And as I said there, and I'll say it now, I want to thank our 900 plus employees for all that they do for our city every day. So that was great, and I appreciate everyone's assistance. We had a really successful event last week with Everytown, which is the group against gun violence here in Lansing, on the ERPO, the red flag laws, the emergency protection orders. It was great to see all of our law enforcement and a lot of our folks from MSU and others talking about how we address these emergency risk protection orders. Apparently there have been 400 uses of this in the first year, even in some counties where the sheriffs insisted they would never use it. These are being used. So I appreciate the legislature passing it, and thank you to Everytown for coming here. Some good news, Moody's came through with our rating for this year, and the city of Lansing, we maintained our A2 rating. The outlook is stable, and they said that they actually were close to moving us up. So thank you to our finance team and everyone working through to make sure our finances are in the right place. We served 300 families at our mobile food pantry on Saturday. And I was going to leave it at that, but before I walked in, we got a certificate from the Greater Lansing Food Bank, a certificate of appreciation. Last year, the city of Lansing served 120,742 meals. So that's a lot of folks that are getting served, and certainly we appreciate the generosity and the help of all of our volunteers. Yard waste. We're getting a lot of questions about yard waste, as I'm sure you all are or will. Yard waste will start on April 13th. So this is my annual plea to our residents. Please don't put the yard waste bags out early because it rains and they fall and cars hit them and they get leaves and dirt all over the place. We will pick up starting April 13th. So that week, please put them out. We have our Neighborhood Resource Summit coming up on April 15th from 6 to 8 at Union Missionary Baptist Church. So I hope everyone will show up there and check out all the resources. Mr. President, do you want me to give the highlights of the budget we just put in? Or do you want me to?
Please.
Okay. Shifting, and I will try and make this quick, we have provided you, the City Council and the public, our annual budget recommendation. I am happy to say that we're in good shape, that we certainly received a lot of requests from departments. We received the council's priorities. We heard from a lot of members of the public. So the moral of the story is we're going to continue to maintain the services and positions that we currently have without any cuts, and that's always a good thing. And we will remain solvent with a strong budget. Our budget is $182 million in general fund, $307 million total. In this budget, and thank you to Jake Brower, who's here somewhere, there he is in the back, we were able to, I'd say, squeeze out a few things that I think were really important. So the budget we provide you, we will propose adding an additional 3 firefighter positions, and I know that's important. Additional 2 call center agents for our 311 call center, ensuring that they will be full in the new City Hall. We're going to add 3 new detention officers, which is really important because it frees up 5 badged officers to move to the streets. So that will put 5 more existing police officers on our streets. So that's good news. We'll also be able to continue funding 6 police officer positions through the public safety revenue sharing and the COPS grant. We're adding 2 solid waste operators for public service to improve trash and recycling services and be available to fill in for vacancies in other areas. You had requested money for permanent speed humps, and we have put the $100,000 that you requested in for permanent speed humps. We put in $800,000 to fund the operations of the pods, which is based on discussion and example from other communities, but the RFP is out, and we will see what that comes back at for operations. We added in $100,000 for the Lansing Empowerment Network from our Public Safety Revenue Sharing Fund, and we continue to fund Advanced Peace, both which I believe are a good community effort and good efforts to stem the tide of gun violence and to certainly help to bring down our numbers. We continue to fund the Office of Neighborhood Safety, our violence prevention coordinator, which, Mr. President, I think you proposed a year or 2 ago with Mr. Lynn. So that was stayed in. We're going to pave more roads. We're doing CSO, and that's going to include more roads also, as it also cleans up our rivers. We put $1.5 million in for sidewalks, which I think was also in the council priorities list. We put in $4 million for fleet vehicle purchases, which I believe was on council's priority list. Our fund balance is at 12%, which is where it's in the acceptable range. And finally, you will see some increases in budgets that are a little unexplainable. One of the things that you requested, and we actually completely agreed with, was adopting a cost recovery model where departments cover the full costs of the facilities they use, which allows us to divide up the facilities between all funds, not just general fund, but enterprise as well for using the space. And I think it's more fair. And again, I think that's why you all put that in your budget priorities resolution, and we agree. So that is in there and distributed amongst the departments. So that's just a quick update on our budget. We are excited to have you all take this up and consider it. Our directors are ready to come in over the next several weeks and discuss their budgets and the great things that they're doing for our city. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And folks, I'm going to take a little liberty here. We do have a committee of the whole meeting starting at 5 o'clock next Monday, the 30th. We will have a general overview from the Chief Strategy Officer, go over the fees, the revenues, the fringe. Potentially, we'll be hearing about the CDBG budget plan. Off the top of my head, I can't remember if that has been referred this evening or not, but that'll be up next week. We will set the public hearing for the budget, which will be May the 4th. Be with all of you. And then the department budget presentations that evening will be from Fire, Parks and Rec, LEDC, and LEPFA. So that's the next step in the process, but we will go into the details of the budget, which you received this evening at 6:17. You got the full budget book, and Sherry has already requested hard copies on that too, so.
I apologize, I forgot something. We also provided in the budget book a supplemental budget. If the data center were to pass, it would be $1 million in return on equity. And we are proposing using that $1 million, $400,000 to go to the Lansing Fire Department for specialized gear for electrical hazard mitigation, chemical spill response, confined space rescue, high-angle rescue certifications, electrical hazard, hazmat, and additional personnel. This was a recommendation from the IAFF, and I agree with it 100%. We also are proposing $400,000 of that $1 million for housing rehab and to backfill any payment in lieu of taxes losses that we see, so taking data center money and using it for housing in our city. And then we added in an additional $100,000 increase to facade grants and a $100,000 increase in neighborhood grants, both which are requested in council's budget priorities, but we were not able to add to our budget this year. So I don't know if it's going to pass or not, but if it does, we wanted to be ready with a proposal on how to spend those dollars, and we thought fire department, housing, facade grants, and neighborhood grants would check some boxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll hear more about that next Monday night. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, we are to public comment on legislative matters. As I indicated, that includes the items that council has on the agenda 10 through 28, as well as the 5 public hearings on Glenburn Commons trash abatement, Principal Shopping District special assessment, 2 items relative to 332 Townsend Street, and then the Act 7 sale of city property. So I believe we're going to have some overviews of those.
First up, Councilmember Palavanaglou for the special assessment for Glenburn Commons.
Thank you. At the City Operations Committee meeting on February 26th, we discussed the special assessment for the Glenburn subdivision. The dollar amount for the assessment would be $57.37 per occupied parcel. And this addresses work that has already been conducted from March 31st, 2025 through November 30th of 2025. Invoices were received by the EDP and sent to the assessor's office for review. And just a quick note that this work was conducted through Tomlinson Lawn Care, who we have contracted with for approximately 5 years. I believe they may be looking at making a determination or having an RFP on a new lawn care service, and we should have an update on that within a few weeks. But that is the special assessment for the Glenburn subdivision.
And number 6, Councilmember Palavanaglou, sorry.
Thank you. This is as to the Principal Shopping District. The proposal is for the rates to increase by 3% from the 2025 rates. When asking DLI Inc., this was, also addressed on February 26th at the City Operations Committee meeting. When DLI was asked what these assessment dollars are used for, we were told that they go toward annual maintenance that takes place downtown, including sidewalk and City Hall snow removal, salting sidewalks and City Hall Plaza, trash removal throughout the PSD District A. It also goes toward annual seasonal beautification, including the fall cutback, spring cleanup, flowers along Michigan Avenue, summer hanging baskets along South Washington Square and Michigan Avenue. They also do work in connecting prospective businesses with property owners and property brokers. They support the Middle Village Retail Accelerator Program, supporting 3 retailers. They give tenant improvement grants, and they connect businesses with small business support grants offered by MEDC and Main Street America.
Thank you. Next item is Z2 2026 for 332 Townsend Street, rezoning from DT3 Downtown Core to RAR Residential Development Use. Councilmember Navarez Martinez.
Yes, so this is, petitioner is seeking to, is going to relocate and seeking to rezone their location at 332 Townsend in order to expand their services to veterans and families. This new location is going to also be closer to essential services for the folks that they serve.
Thank you. And the next item is Act 7 2025, the sale of city property, Lot 49, the 200 block South Cedar Council. No, I'm sorry, I skipped one. SLU 2 2026. Councilmember Navarez Martinez.
Yeah, so this is the item for the special land use permit to allow for a sheltered facility at that location at 332 Townsend.
Thank you. And then finally, item 9, Act 7 2025, sale of city property, Lot 49 for the 200 block of South Cedar Street. Councilmember Palavaglu.
Yes, this Act 7, 2025, sale of city property, Lot 49, is in relation to the Deep Green Data Center proposal. This buy-sell agreement was refiled with the city clerk on February 21st, 2026. It includes the purchase price of $1,400,000, a commitment of at least 15 full-time employees, and that the city will have the right to buy back the land if the project does not commence within 24 months. It also highlights that the company will adhere to downtown noise limits and more. And I believe we will have a presentation from Deep Green shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, we are to public comment on legislative matters, the actual public comment. I do want to acknowledge that we received a number of written comments. Primarily, we received several appeals of the PSD special assessment, and then a great many communications both for and against Act 7 of 2025. And those are all made part of the public record, and I believe they've all already been shared with council members. So
Before we begin public comment, Mr. Clerk, I just want a quick reminder about this, how this portion of the meeting works. I see a lot of familiar faces, so just a reminder for many. This is your time to address the city council, and council generally does not respond during public comments, for those of you new to the process. This is a business meeting, so we ask that everyone maintain decorum. Please avoid profanity, personal attacks, or disruptive behavior from folks at the podium and those in the audience. Because this meeting is broadcast, profanity can create compliance issues and may result in the speaker being cut off. We also ask that there be no applause or demonstrations during public comment. This helps ensure that everyone feels comfortable speaking, including those who may hold differing views. We do appreciate you being here tonight, and we appreciate you sharing your perspective with the City Council this evening. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, first we have Steve Dean, followed by Govindar Meraki.
Good evening. A few days ago, I received this notice that I was going to be charged a special assessment for my building that is at 1501 East Cesar E. Chavez Avenue. There's a map on the back of this. My building is not on this map. My building is over on the corner of Maryland and East Cesar E. Chavez. This stops at Pennsylvania. When I question this, I'm then given this little hand drawn thing with this nice little gerrymandered line down here that pulls my building into this district, the district that won't help me. I run a photo studio. Running concerts or whatever downtown, that's not going to help me. So looking at this, why? Why does it run down in front of my building and include me, but doesn't go down Oakland, doesn't go down Saginaw? Why doesn't it go further north on Larch? But no, we got this long little gerrymandered district. I've been there 30 years, and I just keep getting my butt kicked down there with stupid little stuff. I'm not going to benefit from this. No one can tell me how it would benefit me. I called both the phone numbers on here. No one could tell me how it would benefit me. All they say is, oh yeah, you were just added in. Why? No one could tell me why. So we got this little gerrymandered line, big gerrymandered line. I'm like 7 blocks away. Why? Why don't we extend the entire thing? What? No one came to me when it was said earlier that you take the opinions of people who are on that street for the name. Oh no. No one cares about my opinion. That's fine. I accept it, changed all my advertising, all my stuff. And what'd you do? When you made the name, you put 2 accent marks in there. Gee, that was really nice. Google uses accent marks, but the post office doesn't, which means my web searches have 2 different addresses. Oh, that really helps the search engines for my building. And you also put east, Cesar E. Chavez. Well, an E dot means east. So then it reads Cesar East Chavez? No, you just threw it in there. If you're gonna have Chavez Avenue, like Washington Avenue. If you wanna change the name, change it to someone who is from here, like Irving Johnson Avenue. But don't put an E
Thank you.
dot.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next
Not even
we,
on the map.
Thank you.
Govindarjan Murali, followed by Jerry Norris.
Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Murali. I have lived in this Lansing region for 28 years. As founder of Voices of Ingham Human Library, my work is about bringing people together around facts, not fear. Tonight, I want to give this council 3 facts that make this decision clear. Fact 1, this parcel. The 200 block of South Cedar Street has sat underutilized for nearly 2 decades. 2 development proposals came before this one, both failed. Lansing has paid an opportunity cost on this corner long enough. Deep Green is not just another proposal. It is a $120 million commitment, structured, serious, and ready to build. Fact 2, this partnership. The city receives approximately $1 million per year from Deep Green through BWL's increased equity payment. 10%, about $100,000 annually, goes directly to the Lansing's Housing Support Fund, supporting our most vulnerable residents. BWL saves an additional $1.1 million per year through heat reuse. Deep Green pays for every infrastructure upgrade upfront. This is not a corporate deal. This is a community dividend generated by a parking lot that currently gives Lansing nothing. Fact 3, this moment. BWL is transitioning downtown Lansing from a century-old steam system to a modern closed-loop hot water system. Beginning this year, unfolding over the next 15 years. Deep Green's heat feeds directly into that new infrastructure from day one. This is not coincidence. This is alignment that cannot be replicated anywhere else in the Lansing. You will hear broader concerns tonight: emissions, noise, property values. Those concerns are legitimate and deserve complete answers. April 6th is that hearing. But I will say this blindly as an engineer. Across Michigan, over 27 communities have enacted moratoria demanding exactly the kind of binding commitments Lansing already has in writing. On noise, on water, on infrastructure costs, on a 2-year buyback clause. What other communities are still fighting for, Lansing already secured. To every council member still weighing this decision, your scrutiny has made this proposal stronger. The procedural concerns raised were honored. Tonight's hearing is proof that this process works. between now and April 6, I ask you to consider one question. What other community in Michigan has secured the commitments Lansing already has in writing? The answer is none. Lansing has earned the right to say yes. I urge the council to keep
Thank
this
you.
process on track. Thank you.
Next, we have Jerry Norris, followed by Dustin Howard.
This is perfect. I was going to use the propaganda they passed out to speak to you as well. But I'm going to talk about it a little bit differently, and I'm going to also mention that I am an engineer, and I am a mathematician, and I have about 40 years of IT experience. Why this corner? Why now? Well, the why not is because $660 million worth of development, the biggest public and private investment ever in Lansing's history, is going on at this time, and this property is in the middle of it. So that's why not to do it right now. That's why there is other opportunities that we can do. I also just heard about the buyback clause, and I like what Councilman Garza said earlier. If in 24 months it's not up and running, we get to buy it back for the same price. What about if there's a half-built fuel cell plant on it? Are we going to have to pay for that, clean that up? It becomes a negative price. The community dividend, I'm very happy that you're allocating some of it to the firefighters because this solid oxide fuel cells bring a whole special way of fighting fires and different dangers that we're going to have. And like I've said many times before, the firefighters are one of the few that ever do anything for me in this city. I also want to bring up that all of these numbers that we keep saying are not validated yet. We don't know how the Bloom Energy contract is going to affect any of these dividends or any of the money that's going to go to the city. I also want to say that in the infrastructure alignment, it's not our fault that we have a mismanaged project that needs saving when it comes to the heating system. The solid oxide fuel cells add 11,000 cars, though this still claims that they reduce the CO2 by 3,000 cars. The projected power usage, who cares about that number? None of this is for us in this community. Most of the dividends, most of the profit is going to go overseas to Octopus Energy. It's going to go to California, to Bloom Energy, and it's going to go to shareholders in England. The evidence of that this even attracts business, the only time that ever happens is when Google does a big mega one and they bring the whole supply chain with them. Data centers don't attract other businesses. 50 times smaller, I wouldn't eat a bowl of chili with just a little bit of spit in it. Water, 500,000 gallons compared to a Wendy's. The Wendy's owner came here and debunked all that. I want to get to the end right here. This Moody's is going to maybe bring us up. That's great news. Let's quit being desperate then. Like they end, blocking it ends it, so block this sale and end this.
Thank you. Next, we have Dustin Howard, followed by Deborah Mulcahy.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me up here. Again, I'm Dustin Howard. I represent the plumbers and pipe fitters. I'm up here to talk about jobs, okay? Did last time. I know they say it's all temporary jobs, blah, blah, blah. Then I hear that Deep Green has agreed to do a 20-year service contract. It's 20 years of jobs, guaranteed for the city of Lansing. In and out, yes, there may be service jobs, maybe some with the Board of Water and Light, but it's still jobs here in Lansing for the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Deborah Mulcahy, followed by Henry Jared.
Good evening, everybody. Deborah Mulcahy. No, no, no. That's what I say as to the sale of the land for Deep Green. I want you to all think for a moment, long term. Just tomorrow morning, you look in the mirror and think, did I do good for our community? What did I do for our community long term in regard to the sale? I've been involved with environmental issues for over 50 years. Yeah, I'm old. From a financial perspective, as an investor, I looked at what are the values here for community, I'm here, and also as an investor. I would not invest from an environmental perspective. I would not invest from a financial perspective. I ask you, look in that mirror tomorrow morning and say, I'm proud of myself for using my common sense. I heard the mayor say our budget was in good shape. That's good. Everybody talks about $100,000. Somebody talks about jobs. We have 15 jobs. How many of them are security? By the way, I ask you, the council require anybody who puts documents together for council have a date and a name of who's creating them. I'm old, and I'm tired of dealing with the same old issues. I know a lot of you are new to council, but I want to jump to the Lansing Shuffle. I would like to know, do any of you pay such minimal taxes on such a valuable property that's a commercial or a non-homestead? I'd like to sign up for that. My neighbors in my neighborhood would like to sign up for that. And to come before this city with unpaid taxes, I don't care who you are and who does your books, that's unconscionable. They should be embarrassed as you know what. And then, federal parkland, state monies may be involved, natural resource trust fund money. How much money is the city of Lansing going to get if you go forward with that sale? You have no idea. I just asked Brett. He has no idea how much money came from federal and or state. We don't know. That's a number that should be known because it's not dollar for dollar. You need to look at what we are doing as a city with land that you cannot go and replace. That's land that's available for everybody, no matter what color, no matter what economic level, no matter where they come from. And the same thing goes back to the environmental protection in regards to the strategy that the city had planned. Yeah, we have a goal to protect us long term, but what is that plan and how are we going to get there in reference to our environment? And I would say that the proposal for Deep Green does not get you to that plan. Again, what are they really giving us value-wise? I personally don't see it from a financial perspective, and I ask you to really evaluate that. And as to the shuffleboard, don't waste our time and money. That's cost to all of us. And as Representative Cost said, don't just table this, get rid of it. We don't need to be putting something on the ballot for the future when we've already decided. Thank you.
We have Henry Jared, followed by Ivan Drosty.
Good evening, Council. My name is Henry Jared, and I'm a senior at Michigan State University, and I'm here representing the Sunrise Movement, MSU. And although I live in East Lansing and have only been a part of this community for a few short years, I have come to care deeply about Lansing during my time here. Last summer, I volunteered at Allen Neighborhood Center every week, where I serve people from all walks of life, and I saw firsthand the equitable and sustainable spaces that this city is capable of cultivating. And for the past year and a half, I've worked for the university on Michigan Avenue here in Lansing. And I'm not speaking on the university's behalf, but through my work, I've learned a lot about Lansing's history and the opportunities we have to invest in our local economy and develop our community. And that is why this project is so concerning to me. Deep Green's data center does not build a better future for Lansing, and like others have said, it's not going to bring people here in any meaningful or lasting way. Like other data center developments in Michigan, Deep Green has claimed transparency while withholding crucial details about this project. They have not engaged with this community in good faith. The only real opportunity for Lansing residents to influence this project has been here at City Council meetings and at Planning Commission meetings. And even then, several Planning Commission and Council members had no advance knowledge of their plans for an unprecedented and untested fuel cell power plant. If those closest to city bureaucracy were in the dark, imagine the struggle for ordinary residents to stay informed and to get involved. And I'd also like to say that for an investment of this size, 15 permanent jobs is negligible. And while 35 temporary jobs is considerable, I think that it's a tragedy that organized labor has been forced into a position where they have to come to City Hall and argue against their own neighbors in order to put food on their table and a roof over their heads. These workers deserve long-term sustainable jobs with dignity that allow them to support their families while knowing that they are improving their surroundings and uplifting their community. And this data center is not one of those jobs. As a municipally owned public utility, BWL is entrusted with stewarding our shared energy infrastructure and managing it in the public interest. And this project would entangle that infrastructure with shady tech and energy corporations whose motivations are not aligned with this community or BWL's mission. As we head into an uncertain and volatile future, Lansing should be focused on building a resilient local economy and strengthening democratic control over our essential infrastructure, not deepening our dependence on fossil fuels and speculative tech growth with a foreign corporation. Natural gas is not clean or renewable, and an economy built on AI is not sustainable. We can't trust Deep Green to fulfill their promises. This parcel of land has barely been marketed, and Lansing is brimming with better alternatives for its development. Projects that are locally driven, community-centered, and actually aligned with our values. A future dominated by AI and tech is only inevitable if we let it be, and right now we have a chance to put our foot down and build something better. City Council, I urge you to vote no on the rezoning and land sale. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Ivan Drosty, followed by Kyle Richard.
Ivan Drosty, Ward 3. We've known for over 50 years now that humans caused climate change. And in that time, governments and corporations have had countless opportunities to act accordingly with that information. But time and time again, they fail to do so. And every time they use more or less the same rationalization, which is that, but we stand to make a lot of money, and sure, this will add pollution, but not that much in the grand scheme of things. And, we can't turn nose up at a good project that will bring jobs to the community. And why should we sacrifice when nobody else is doing it? Why should we be the only ones to sacrifice good money on the table? And so that brought us to where we're at, which is, now in 2026, the world faces, a completely uncertain future and a potential climate disaster. And now the city of Lansing has a very similar decision sitting in front of them, and we're poised to make that same exact mistake that has happened countless thousands of times over the past few decades. A lot of people have said that this Deep Green project will kind of put us on the map and allow Lansing to be a leader in the region or even in the country. Well, that's not really the type of leadership that I'm interested in. If we want to make Lansing be a regional leader, let's be a leader in terms of accepting our responsibility in mitigating climate change, right? So if you're curious as to how that should look, I'll kind of explain it, right? So we should not be trying to identify new projects that will extract even more fossil fuels from the earth, okay? We should actually be trying to find ways to reduce our fossil fuel usage and our dependency on fossil fuels. We should not be looking for ways to increase our electricity usage when the national electric grid draw is skyrocketing. Actually, we should be looking for opportunities to reduce our overall electricity usage. We should not be attempting to industrialize our downtown, or really any part of town for that matter, but certainly not downtown in a part of the city that's thriving and growing and evolving and adapting. We should be trying to deindustrialize that part of town. We should not be trying to attract big corporations and out-of-town developers. Actually, if anything, we should be kicking some of those guys out who have already set up shop here. We should not be trying to attract outside talent. We should be trying to uplift the people who already live here. And when some new corporation monorail salesman comes around town and tries to say, well, it's not going to be that bad, and think of all the money, and all the community is telling you, please vote no, vote no.
Thank you. Next is Kyle Richard, followed by Ella Veronica Garza.
Good evening. Kyle Richard, 4th Ward. Here to speak against the data center. I wanted to come down here and speak about inevitability because sort of all of this conversation around AI and big tech is it's being presented to us as this inevitable thing. Don't get me wrong, AI is here. We can't put the rabbit back in the hat. At the same time, when I think about what's inevitable, I think about that children will continue to be born in this city, children will continue to grow up in this city, and we have a choice on whether or not we're going to build the city that the children deserve. I don't think that the children need this data center. I think children in the city need housing. I think children in this city, children on the north side need something to do. And yeah, so I would ask that this just be dropped, because this data center, it doesn't, and actually here's what it really is. I'm a little frustrated that we're going to hear about this budget a week from now, if we sell the land now and then Deep Green gets the thing, then we'll budget what we could spend it on, and that we can spend it on housing. And it's sort of this like very broad housing, which feels kind of like a lure to a fish. Where I love housing. I want more housing for the city of Lansing, and so but when I hear just vague housing, it feels like, well, let's sign on to the data center so we can get the money for the housing, when like you've been prioritizing the budget, Mr. Mayor, for years now, and we're at where we're at. I also think that like structurally, I don't think this is like an individual problem. I don't. Structurally, I think that this whole data center business tells me that we need to democratize the Board of Water and Light. Right now, the Board of Water and Light is appointed by the mayor, and it's like of no fault of Mayor Shore that he's had time to essentially stack this board with appointees who, have his interests in mind, the interests of the city in mind. But at the same time, I look at this and they're signing NDAs. They're, breadcrumbing information to us in ways that that don't feel good. And last time I came down here and I said that, when it comes to Deep Green's presentation, there is no spoon. And part of it's because the spoon has changed so many times. Like, we're selling the land to Deep Green to do what exactly? Like, I'm at a loss personally. I would just ask that we do what the children of the city deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ella Veronica Garza, followed by Cody O'Neill.
Hello, my name is Ella Veronica Garza. I have been a resident of Lansing for just a little over 3 years now, and hopefully for many more years to come. I live just a few blocks north of here and less than a mile from the proposed data center location. And I'm here tonight to voice my opposition, as well as some concerns that I have regarding Deep Green's data center. I've been closely following Deep Green's campaign over the past few months, and I've been consistently disturbed by the company's lack of transparency and apparent disregard for the community's concerns regarding their environmental impacts. It seems like every day my fellow organizers and community members are uncovering new unfavorable truths about this project and the collaborators about the project that just deepen my discontent with all of the companies involved. We're being sold a green data center that won't pollute our neighborhoods or our drinking water. Yet in 2016, one of the project's collaborators, Bloom Energy, was sued for illegally dumping toxic benzene into the community that it served. The same company had a $1 million fine from the EPA for mishandling hazardous waste. Deep Green and its collaborators have made a lot of promises, but there's still no legally binding community benefits agreement, and everything that they tell us is based on faith. Personally, I don't have much faith in communities with such egregious disregard for the environment to do right by my community. I believe that Lansing deserves better than this, and as city council members, I hope that you want more for us as a city. This is a big project, and it'll bring jobs for the time being, but prioritizing jobs that don't invest in our future, in our neighbors, our loved ones, our children, and that bring harm to our land and our people is a brazen act of negligence from those that we've elected to lead us, both to the community and to the workers themselves. Thank you to everybody who has come here and come out in either support or opposition to voice their opinions and concerns, and thank you for the council for being here and remembering whom it is that you serve.
Thank you. Next is Cody O'Neill, followed by Sedgwick Enirok.
Hi there, my name is Cody O'Neill. I live about a quarter mile away from the proposed location of the Deep Green Data Center. At the last meeting in February, I withheld judgment and decided not to speak so that I could learn more about what the community thought about the Deep Green Data Center coming into this community. I appreciated that Deep Green had a closed water system, that they were going to be donating heat to BWL, that they would be serving local businesses with their services. that there wouldn't be any water discharge, and that there would be presumably a large investment in the city. But after learning more about the environmental impacts of this data center and the weird timeline with BWL's implementation of the new water infrastructure, I urge City Council to vote no for this data center. The BWL conversion to hot water would take 5 to 10 years, and so I wonder how much energy would be used to cool this water while that system is being onboarded for Deep Green. Also, self-generation of energy of their fuel cells would have fewer regulations than the utilities. I'm concerned about that. Also, as other folks have mentioned, methane fuel cells still emit 60 to 70% of the carbon dioxide that burning that fuel would emit. So it's still a lot of carbon dioxide going into the atmosphere, and we should be doing everything that we can to reduce our carbon that is going up into the air. Hearing people talk last week, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot of the same things talk this month, is that we all want the same thing. We all want a future. The unions want a future where they have jobs, where they can feed their families, where they can pay their rent, where they can have fun and have a comfortable life, and I want that same future. But more so, I want a long-term future where we're able to do those same things. I want a long-term future where we have food, where we're not constantly berated by large storms coming through, flooding our streets, with droughts in areas that frankly aren't going to affect us, but are going to affect millions and soon billions of people around the world. Continuing to think short-term puts the long-term future at risk. And over again, corporations and legislators have continued to put the interests of quarterly gains over the health and welfare of the future and the many. And actually, unions agree that Michigan needs to be a leader in clean energy generation and ensuring that our children have safe and healthy spaces to learn and thrive. The Michigan Climate Jobs is a coalition of unions that is working to increase climate infrastructure, green energy infrastructure, and make sure that our children have good places to live. And the Michigan Pipe Trades Association is part of this coalition. I think that it would be more worthwhile to invest in energy infrastructure that is working with unions, helping the city, and not putting more carbon into the atmosphere. And I urge City Council again to vote no on the fossil fuel-powered data center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sedgwick Enrock, followed by Frank Seaman.
Hello, I'm Sedgwick Enrock. I am a resident of Ward 1. I've been living here for 6 years. You've seen me talk here a few times, and much like my friend, I don't know her name, but stated earlier, I'm sick of tired of talking about the same thing week after week. I think it's kind of baffling that this Deep Green Octopus organization keeps stating that they care about community input and giving back into our community and making sure that a city is a part of the process. We've been here several weeks, several hours, public comment, overwhelmingly saying, we're concerned about the environment. We don't want this data center here in Lansing. They're just continuing to push through and continuing to rezone, buy, et cetera. That doesn't sound like they're listening to our community. It doesn't seem like y'all are listening to our community. You have an opportunity to stop this here today, so I'm urging that you vote no on this. Every day is something new with these people who have money and power and blatant disregard for community and humanity over their own profit. Right now, we're wasting our time having the same conversation over and over again instead of, finding other ways to support our community. So council, stop entertaining this idea and stop being part of the government that doesn't listen to or care what their community wants or needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Frank Seaman, followed by Zainab Zorkat.
I'm going to be reading an email that I sent recently. Good afternoon, Peter. I'm writing to you to encourage you to vote no on approval of rezoning and sale of the parcels for the proposed Deep Green Data Center. I understand the pressure you must be under from union membership, Lansing Regional Chamber of Commerce, and most likely the mayor's office. I'm a staunch union supporter and definitely want to see any projects in the Lansing area being built by union members. However, this is not a project that will benefit the Lansing community as a whole. We need projects that will add more than a few permanent jobs and actually make Lansing a more desirable place to live, work, and play. Additionally, we are the state capital, and we should reflect that in our vibrant downtown that can make all Michigan residents proud. As a fellow resident of the 4th Ward, I challenge you not to bow to the interests that help you get elected. The people of Lansing overwhelmingly do not want this data center, and in the end of the day, you are an employee of ours. We expect you to do what's in the best interest of the community as a whole. This whole process has lacked transparency. Every time something is questioned, we get a little more information given reluctantly by BWL and Deep Green. The latest example being informed at Planning Commission meeting that solid oxide fuels would be from Bloom Energy, and there would be a contract between Bloom and BWL for operation and maintenance. This is a totally different story from the original one, that the power would all come from the existing grid because BWL had plenty of excess capacity. This strikes me more and more like an idiom that was once popular about building the airplane while flying it. It's been my experience that this most often leads to very poor results. Peter, I'm asking you to look beyond the easy dollars this project might bring to the city. This property has been derisively referred to as an underused parking lot, but has the city attempted to market this property at all recently? I strongly believe that with a new Lansing City Hall, Ovation, and other nearby projects, that this property has much more potential and value than it is credited with. With so many unknowns and the continually changing story from BWL and Deep Green, we need to walk away from this. Please take a hard look at the probable downsides to this project. It will likely harm the community through increased pollution, noise, and the opportunity cost of missing a truly great use for the property. We can and must make better use of properties such as this, accepting only those proposals that will truly benefit Lansing, and if done with great thought and public input, the entire region. Let's put the union workers on a job that will not only benefit them in the short run, but benefit the whole community for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Zinab Zorkat, followed by Nicole Kiwe Biber.
Good evening, council members. My name is Zaina. I'm speaking tonight as a concerned member of the greater Lansing community. I'm an environmental engineering student, and I see my future squarely in Lansing, where our environmental decisions are made. I care for this city, our beautiful Great Lakes state, and the people who call it home. Because of this, I'm deeply concerned by the Planning Commission's decision to go forward with allowing Deep Green, a UK tech company, to build a data center in Lansing. Any informed citizen knows that the strain these data centers put on electricity and water resources. Michigan utility prices are already higher than the national average, and citizens and small businesses will pay the price for the resource consumption of this data center. This is not to mention the devastating climate impacts of energy use by data centers. The U.S. Department of Energy says that data centers use 10 to 50 times the energy per floor space of a typical commercial building. We don't need resource-draining foreign companies chasing an unsustainable tech fad, likely to collapse at any moment. In real time, we see the tech market fluctuate. Computer science jobs crashed where they were paid top dollar only a couple years ago, and yet we're feeding the big tech culprit of this market instability. We need investment into our communities, our long-term stability, and the earth we rely on for every single need. So I strongly urge you to vote no on Act 7, 2025, the request to sell the property to the Deep Green Technology Company. Michigan is a truly unique state. We're surrounded by the world's largest freshwater system, a priceless resource in an ancient ecosystem. I'm not just speaking for myself when I say we want a livable future here and a society that values the humans who make it up. Please consider what really matters to you. a sale to a foreign company threaten our resources or the long-term health of your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicole Kiwe-Biber, followed by Steve Purchase.
Good evening. So I live nearby, but I work in downtown Lansing, and I frequent those businesses and venues. And, throughout this process with Deep Green, I've heard this area repeatedly been referred to as light industry already, which is essentially ignoring the nearby residential neighborhood, or less charitably, pretending the people there don't exist, or worse still, do not matter. So my friend and I knocked all those doors this past Saturday, and among those who answered, people who had heard about the data center did not approve. And some of the people who literally could see the site from their door had not even heard of it. We noticed that at least half of the households had strollers and toys indicating the presence of small children. So why would you consider selling the land and inviting a development that requires a power plant with increased emissions without at all considering the families who live nearby? Speaking of families, we stopped by the Wendy's for a snack, and it was consistently busy with people eating in, primarily multi-generational families. It was easy to cross the streets, by the way, because there's this wonderful invention called crossing lights. It's already walkable. People are already showing up to businesses. It's so close by what could be a beautiful and revitalized riverside. So all the circumstances are aligned and poised for a greater presence of people. So why sell it now to a foreign corporation that has pretty much proven that they can excel at PR? And by the way, Bloom's website, where they keep saying, go check out their website, that's more PR marketing. You should check out the, independent exposés that are plentiful about Bloom Energy. So, at the Planning Commission meeting, the chair tried to remind the commission what their actual purview and decision-making parameters were, alas to no avail. But as Councilmember Hussein said, you're looking at the best interests of the city when you're thinking about selling land. So a reminder, you're not supposed to make decisions that reflect the success of Deep Green's corporate marketing, the preferences of the mayor's office, labor bosses that really, I wish, would focus on long-term projects for their membership, or how well the chamber manages to, exert influence and push this narrative that projected economic growth is all they need to say, and that trumps any other concerns or interrogations about environment, about how city property could best serve nearby residents, or visions of a city that is vibrant in real life and not just a mockery painted on a mural. So, you want Lansing to be on the map. I think about the Tollgate drain and the Frandor drain. Maybe something like that could be on those properties, and that'd be a really nice thing for Lansing to be known for.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We have Steve Purchase, followed by Chloe Johnson.
Hi, good evening. My name is Steve Purchase. I'm proud to serve on the Board of Fire Commissioners as well as the Board of Michigan Climate Jobs that was referred to earlier. But I'm here in my personal capacity as a 20-year resident to speak in favor of the sale of the lot and the Deep Green project. I appreciate the concerns that are being raised. I think a lot of them are valid, but I also think some are misplaced. We're not talking about putting a hyperscale data center in the middle of our downtown. We're talking about an appropriately sized, responsibly designed project that will deliver tangible community benefits, especially in the way of a stable, increased tax base for our city. I'm struck, we've got 2 data centers in the Lansing area, probably more, but Liquid Web has had over 130,000 square feet of data center operating for a couple of decades with hardly a hint of controversy around them, right? I'm not saying that we should put data centers everywhere, but for this parcel of land that has been underutilized and is obsolete, and for the tie-in that it can provide for the Board of Water and Light, and for what it can provide to our city, I think it's the right decision to vote yes. It might be easy to vote no, but it's not without cost, right? We talked about the city budget, and I see fire department budgets every year. And year after year, we hear about the need for a flat budget. Meanwhile, over the last decade, our call volume has increased by 35%, 7,000 calls a year. That's almost over 20 calls every single day. And we desperately need to invest to increase our personnel to support our medic units that are among the busiest in the country. And the only way to do that without asking all of these fine folks for a tax increase is to increase our tax base. And that's what this vote can do. That's what this project can do. And that's why I would encourage you to consider it for all of its merits and understanding that not everyone in the community is opposed. There are a great many of us that are supportive as well. So thank you for your consideration and good luck in your decision.
Thank you. We have Chloe Johnson, followed by Chanel Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Chloe Johnson, and I'm here representing the Peace and Prosperity Youth Action Movement. We spent time researching data centers, and one thing we learned is that without strong legal protections, communities are often end up with broken promises. That's why we're calling for a legally binding community benefit agreement, something that clearly outlines what the companies, the city, and BWL are responsible for. We want protections for neighborhoods. We want transparency about water usage. We want honest reporting about environmental impact. We want guarantees that the benefits being advertised, like lower bills, are actually delivered. A CBA gives the community power. It gives us something to point to if promises aren't kept. It ensures that development is done with us, not to us. We are asking you to prioritize the people who live here, especially the youth that will inherit the outcomes of these decisions. Please require a strong CBA before moving forward. We vote no for the data centers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next is Chanel Johnson, followed by Richard Van Witte.
Hi, City Council. Hi, I'm Chanel Johnson. I'm 17 years old, and I go to Waverly High School. I'm a part of PPYAM, which stands for Peace and Prosperity Youth Action Movement. It is a youth-led program which promotes college dropout prevention, healthy lifestyles, and empowerment. Today, I come here to talk about the real impact and research on data centers. Deep Green affects not just the neighboring communities, but wildlife too. The sounds that Deep Green centers release affect the animals' communication and migration patterns, which make animals get lost and separated from their families. Along with all the water being used in these centers due to them using AI. With all the water being used, it becomes dirty and unusable, which affects the animals that drink the water and communities nearby that use it. Now, when people are starting to struggle to get clean water, then what are you guys going to do? Just keep using the Deep Green centers and water while families struggle to get more clean water? Then what if instead of lowering electricity bills, the bills are raised? Many people are already living paycheck to paycheck, so adding this would add more to their plate and make them struggle more. Tell the truth and speak it all. With all the money that these centers are making, I know there's a better way to do things. We vote no to the data centers, serve people, not circuits.
Thank you. Next, we have Richard Van Wy, followed by Loretta Stanaway.
Long-time resident, first time doing this. I've lived in Lansing my whole life, born and raised. I own a home behind Dwight Rich. Number 3, Hussein. I pay taxes here. Our Lansing government, the city councils over 40 years or so, we'll say, have always, in my opinion, did what's best for our town. Our city councils have brought Lugnut Stadiums, Lansing Center, the decades-long task of our blessed Old Town revitalization. Through forethought, Mr. Hollister believed in bringing the Delta GM plant jobs. Our town cannot lose out on not allowing Deep Green's vision for this very low-scale data center. It will be built in lots that do not affect, frankly, any neighborhood as you drive north or south. There's also a wastewater treatment plant on one side. The data center will not generate. The data center will generate $1 million a year, give or take. I'm just a property tax revenue. This is about taxes that will be generated for this town. And even though jobs aren't something that we're doing at the Delta plant, it's going to fill restaurants in Washington Avenue. It's going to, the construction workers that build it and the people that maintain it, help property tax revenue a year. Also $120,000 a year for pennies for power each year to help offset costs for, which we already know, for the steam to hot water, which if we don't do something with that, taxpayers will be asked to pay for that sooner or later. So why not allow them to do this for the steam that needs to be switched over to hot water? I got 1 minute. Our town set the precedent on lead pipe removal, sewer separation 20 plus years ago, when some towns haven't even done or started. Let's set the precedent for this very small scale data center and reap the tax revenue for empty lots that are more of an eyesore than looking at a building that will generate jobs and tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Loretta Stanaway, followed by Derek Wright.
Okay, I'm not going to focus on the tax dollars. I'm going to focus on transparency and trust. And what I have said before here, I state again, the Board of Water and Light and Deep Green have not shown the transparency that we expect. I don't have the trust in them that they would ask us to have. As I mentioned last time here, that there have been 2 strikes already with the Board of Water and Light and Deep Green. First on the idea that the board could provide all the electricity, then we hear there's going to be fuel cells, then we hear there's going to be somebody third party running those fuel cells, and now reverting back to their prior practices back as far back as the Scott Park Sunken Garden, we're hearing, well, you know, if you guys don't approve this, we're going to have to put a substation in Wentworth Park. Back to their tactics, threats, threats, threats. You do this or else you bite a bigger bullet. I think the Board of Water and Light has got to learn that the public isn't stupid. They see those tactics, they aren't going to fall for them. Second, they need to think with a little more imagination and creativity, a little more outside of the box. We keep hearing that this is going to be cool because they're converting from steam to hot water heat for the downtown businesses. And my question is, why should the public, through this project, bear the burden of transitioning businesses from steam to hot water? Why aren't we talking about the businesses paying their own conversion cost to natural gas heat, which would be a whole lot cheaper than creating a whole new subsystem? So no to the Deep Green, no to subsidizing the businesses with our tax dollars and our public property taxes and everything else. That conversion will take 15 years to take place, so you're talking about minuscule amounts over 15 years. And as far as using the proceeds for things like the fire department, you hear me down here all the time saying we need better funding for police and fire. This isn't one way to get it. And as far as medical calls go, there are other ways to reduce and fund the medical calls that the fire department is inundated with, which you've heard me say before many times as well. Medical taxis. You get medical taxis in place and you reduce 60% of those nuisance, if you will call them that, medical calls that go out that take up the time and energy and resources of our fire department when they could be out taking care of a cardiac arrest. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Derek Wright, followed by Brad Clark.
Hello. Hello. My name is Derek Wright, a longtime taxpayer in the 2nd Ward. I am also a member of the UA Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 333. I support the Deep Green. Primarily for jobs for my local brothers and sisters and myself, and then if there's going to be a 20-year maintenance contract that will also provide money and payment and taxes from my local brothers and sisters. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brad Clark, followed by Alec Garza.
Thank you, Brad Clark, 4th Ward. Let me begin with a question. How many of you have seen K-pop Demon Hunter? Or maybe I should ask how many of you have not seen K-pop Demon Hunter? And I ask that question for a reason. The Department of Census actually does 2 counts. They do the population count, and they also do the economic census. And just like the demographic data that they collect for people, they also subdivide the economy. And those categories are called the North American Industrial Classification System, or NAICS. So within NAICS, there is NAICS 51, information. Information is a recognized part of our economy. Now, within that subdivision, there are 2 categories. Motion picture sound recording industries, NAICS 512, and data processing, hosting, and related services, NAICS 518. So now we see the reference to the movie that I opened up with. The film is a fascinating intersection between NAICS 512, movies, and NAICS 518, data processing, because there is not a single frame of that film that does not require significant data processing. The other information that I would call out is the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which has done a thorough analysis of this economic survey. And you can actually go to individual communities, such as Lansing and Ann Arbor. So let's think about Ann Arbor. What's their participation as a percentage in the information economy? 2.9%. Doesn't sound like a big deal, but actually it really is, because information is highly compensated and very influential. What about Lansing? 1.5%. Why are we so much less? Do we not also have a major Big Ten research university? Are we not the state capital? Do we not have a diverse economy involving manufacturing, agriculture, and financial services? We can get to 2.9%. So how do we get there? 3,300 jobs. How do we attract those jobs? We need more data processing capacity here in Lansing. That's the magnet that helps bring those jobs in. So I'd like to summarize by saying we have a simple choice. Economies either evolve and grow, or economies stagnate and contract. That's the choice before you. So please approve the sale of the property to Deep Green. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alec Garza, followed by Anna Flaherty.
Good evening, guys. I want to say I appreciate you guys taking these roles up here. It's got to be pretty challenging. You hear all these, all these opinions and voices here, and you got to make the best decision for your community. And assuming you were put in this position because you're going to make the best decision. People either vote for morals or money. Everyone who I've heard vote yes has money in it, right? The people who have voted no are longtime community members, voting for morals, voting for a clean environment. I'd like to hear someone who doesn't have something financial, sound like the gentleman maybe before me doesn't, but I want to hear an argument for someone who doesn't have skin in the game. It's just, let's go hang out at a data center. No one has ever said that, ever. And leading to my next point, these do not draw people to any community, period. Talking about bringing jobs, last time I was up here speaking, I brought it up. I'm a small business owner who has almost dreamt of bringing my business downtown Lansing. This will deter me from it. So on the contrary to that, in my career path, there's things that I could do to involve AI and all that stuff. I'm fighting it as much as I can. I like to work hard. I like to be with people. I like to network. I like to be in a room with people. These don't condone that or promote that in any way, shape, or form. So, and they also really don't provide, there's no evidence of them providing long-term job security for
a good number of people, right? We're talking about 15 people or pipe fitters or plumbers, or people who get these jobs and these contracts. I get that. But the rest of the community, like the major voice that we're hearing here, I don't know if you're hearing the same thing as me, but they don't promote a healthy or active environment. I have 2 kids, 1 on the way, so 3 daughters. And my kids don't even get screen time, let alone, except for like Saturday morning cartoons. And I'm trying to emulate, like have that, just be outside, play, be active. This also doesn't promote that for my kids. We go to Impressions 5 all the time, brought that up. It's right there. Not attracting a family by any means. And it doesn't bring small businesses downtown. It doesn't make it more attractive for a business to be downtown, period. Small businesses pay sales and use tax where these get tax breaks, right? We have like 3 million, roughly, square feet of abandoned buildings, retail and office space downtown. Pipe fitters and plumbers could help with that too, right? Getting those amped up to have small businesses come in. And what happens if they just bounce in 5 years? Then we have more unused space downtown. The riverfront, all those areas could be used for something so much more. And really, I hope that you guys are here in the community and that we do the right thing. I definitely vote no against this.
Thank you. Next, we have Anna Flaherty, followed by Faith Bradley.
Hi, can you hear me? My name's Anna. I'm a marketing and design professional, and it's pretty clear to me that Deep Green is trying to sell something that Lansing doesn't need. It's very clear from how they're branding it as being environmentally friendly. It's a green choice. Green is in the name. They couldn't do a better job, because even I was convinced when I was listening to them, like, maybe it is a good idea. However, that's their job to sell it. And I feel like once they plant their seed and they're here for good. There's no getting rid of them unless, something happens to them. And in the meantime, you're getting all these, crazy, terrible environmental things happening. Who knows? It could cause cancer. And then 30 years from now, we have people who have cancer due to whatever the environmental factors were from Deep Green. We've seen that with other things throughout history. So to me, it just feels like it's very possible that this budget proposal is like a carrot being dangled. Look, we could give this money to the fire department. Yeah, that's a good idea. And we can give it to for property development. Also good. However, it also means we have Deep Green in our city forever. And those problems before still have existed. They'll exist in the future with or without Deep Green. And I would say, please don't. Just don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Faith Bradley, followed by Michael Mercer.
Hi, everyone. I hope you like my shirt. I think it's really cool. It's got like a little cape on the back. But I never really wear it because it's my funeral shirt. I bought it for a funeral, and the last time I wore it was at a funeral. And I'm wearing it today because I want to be attending a funeral of this data center, and also of the idea that data centers are inevitable or even necessary to our lives. I don't enjoy admitting this, but I am overwhelmed and scared for my future. This country has been funding a genocidal war causing immense ecological harm for years now that is only escalating and expanding. The UN has declared a state of water bankruptcy globally, from which we may be unable to return from. And everywhere I go, I am being surveilled by flock cameras, by ring cameras that use AI to scan our biometric data, our license plate numbers, and our movement around the world. I am increasingly anxious about how my biometric data will be used against me by a country and administration that is currently rounding up brown people without due process. And the prison industrial complex gets larger and larger every day. I feel overwhelmed by these things and like I have no control over these things. But the one thing that I can do is stand up here and urge you to not allow for the rezoning and to not allow for the data center to be in our community. And while this data center is being marketed as a sustainable small thing that doesn't have any harm, it is connected to the previous issues I mentioned that are frankly part of what is becoming an increasingly hostile society for people who want a better life for themselves and others. People should look up the charges recently filed against the Prairie Land defendants that they're currently facing as a result of a noise demonstration at an ICE facility, and reflect on how the surveillance state powered by AI and data centers has made this targeting of activists possible. Allowing this data center sets a dangerous precedent for what we allow to exist in our communities, and we have to draw the line somewhere. Also, the idea that we need new data processing centers to create animated masterpieces like K-pop Demon Hunters, I take particular offense to as a Miyazaki fan and Studio Ghibli fan. We have had great animated movies in the past, and we will continue to have them in the future. We do not need these types of data centers in our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Mercer, followed by Mateo Cleary. Mateo Cleary, followed by Elizabeth Chiaravelli.
Hey, good evening, City Council. I'm Mateo Cleary. I'm a resident of Ward 1. And I am just a guy who moved to Lansing about a year ago. And I moved here to hopefully live here for the rest of my life, to help maybe take care of my aging parents who live about an hour away, to see if I could change careers, and to just envision a future for myself that felt more exciting and just more safe and possible than what I had previously had. And what I had previously had was a 7-year career working in public service. I worked for Wisconsin's Department of Natural Resources as a social scientist, and I worked for Florida's Department of Natural Resources as a social scientist. And prior to that, I worked in Oklahoma's Department of Natural Resources doing the same type of work. And I went into that career after an undergraduate at Michigan State in natural resources as well, with values that I held really close to myself. Just being pro-people, being pro, public health, being just pro-wildlife, just pro-sound decision-making, and pro-honesty. And I think what disturbs me the most and what makes me feel the most disempowered about this data-centered process is that, one, this is one of our only ways of expressing our voice about just what's happening in our community, but two, that I think, in some of the members of council or other powers that be in the city, as their years in public service go on, my guess is that you maybe entered this realm with a set of values that were very pro-people and very pro-neighbor and very pro-health and very pro-social. But my guess is a similar process is what happened to me over my several years in public service might be happening to you, which is you're moving farther away from the people who you serve, unfortunately, just because of the machinations of what pays your bills. And I believe that the longer time that I served in that public service realm, it brought me farther away from the possible solutions to problems that were at my doorstep that I could envision, that were more in service of my own well-being. I felt like I was less, I felt like I looked down upon the people I served a little bit more than I wish I would have, despite trying to really fight to keep my values core to how I worked. And what I'm nervous about is that the people who are making decisions for the place that I live and hope to age in place and hope to eventually die is they're straying farther and farther away from what would be maybe a value set that you might like to actually choose for yourself if your paycheck wasn't tethered to decisions with financial shareholders and whatnot that have a significant power over the city and making sure your roof is there and your kids get fed and you and your wife can go on vacations and whatnot. So, no to the data center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Chiaravelli, followed by Kelly Smith.
Hey, I'm Elizabeth Charavelli. I live in Lansing. I'm a small business owner. I own a home about 1 mile away from the proposed data center. I'm on the board of a garden that's half a mile away from the proposed data center. I do not support the sale to Deep Green. The current master plan for the city is excellent. Trust the city's previous good work and do not sell or rezone this land. I have lived and I've run a business in a so-called light industrial area in Rio Town, and it is awful. The constant noise and buzzing caused me to move and buy a house on the east side instead. I do not want a similar industry in my current neighborhood, no matter how much they say that it's light. That buzzing is intense. This area is not light industrial, and I know I'm talking to the zoning, but the sale and the zoning comes with it. Deep Green has been pushing, for all of this. There are 20 businesses that are actually being erased in every one of these conversations, and all of these that I'm about to list are less than a mile from the proposed data center, and most of them are less than a half mile. For most people, this is about a 10 to 20 minute walk. There's a children's museum, there's a Riverwalk Theater, there's the Ari Olds Museum, there's a Spark toy store, there's a co-working space called Think Space that hosts a bunch of different businesses. There's a restaurant, there's the Mary Guild's Art Gallery, there's Gump's Barbecue Restaurant, there's the Elm Park Baseball Diamond, there's Old Town Kayak Rentals, there's a boat launch within the Cherry Hill Park. It's only a half mile from the downtown Strange Matter and the rest of our downtown businesses. That is a 10-minute walk that's pretty doable for a lot of people. There's New Daily Bagel, there's Arts Pub right there, there's Jose Cuban Sandwiches right there, there's 517 Chicken, there's a barber shop, there's 2 churches, there's Pilgrim Congregational Church, and then there's St. Luke's Lutheran Church, there's Moriarty's Pub, a butcher shop, Taqueria Roatan, there's an antique store, a home goods store, there's an adventure van building cooperative, there's Capital City Market, there's a comic book store, there's a spa, Luna and Sole Studios, there's 2 bookstores, Novel Concept and the Book Burrow, there's the Lugs Neck Stadium, which again is less than half a mile, and there's State of Fitness, which is a gym, and then there's Stamprite, which is a craft store. There's also a clothing designer that's all in that neighborhood, and none of these businesses are getting brought up. We're talking about this area as if it's a wasteland. If you even look at Deep Green's own PowerPoint that they printed out, they cut out the names of the kids museum and they cut out the names of all of these businesses in this area and put big blocks just highlighting the things that are there. We don't need more so-called light industry in this area, and I don't want to live by this. Please vote no against this sale.
Thank you. Next is Kelly Smith, followed by Rowan Amanita.
Hey, how's it going? So I just want to first say I love Lansing. I was Ryan's neighbor for some time. Great neighbor, by the way. A lot of the people who've already talked, I've met over the years just walking around Lansing. It's actually what keeps me in the city is the people. Lansing's really helped me up when I was going through some tough stuff, helped me get back on my feet, get right. And, I've had the privilege of being able to talk to a lot of people. I know kind of what's going on. I try to talk to all my neighbors. So I get that it's easy to dangle the jobs thing in front of people, especially in a city where pretty much all the business fronts on Michigan Ave can't afford their leases right now. So they're just abandoned buildings. But it's also kind of hard to sit and listen to people talk about job creations. I don't necessarily believe that the jobs that they're going to create are going to benefit Lansing people. And when we put in a kind of poor excuse for a bike lane, there was out-of-state tree crews and whatnot taking down trees when there's plenty of adept people in the city that could have been doing that. Not only is the job creation, I think, kind of a lazy argument, in that I don't trust that it's going to benefit the immediate people any long-term way. I know anytime we build something, we get the union boys some work for a little bit, and then we move on to the next thing. And I just think that there's a lot of other things we could be doing, getting those people jobs within the city. I know every time I come here, I listen to some people come up with really creative ideas and have asked for other ways we can be getting people to work here in the city. I'm really scared of the data center. Somebody earlier talked about some of the egregious things that big data is being used for currently. And I look around Lansing, and those neighbors that I love are people who are being targeted by the state, by corporations for a variety of things. And we also know that data is being used to fight people of the same color and of the same proclivities like overseas. And that's not the Lansing way. Those aren't the neighbors that I know and love and I walk down the sidewalk and say hi to. These are neighbors that come and they boil maple sap in my backyard with me. These are neighbors that I walk into the restaurants and eat their food. I don't want to sign on to something as a Lansing resident that I know is eventually going to impact them negatively. I know I stand up here looking the way I do and I'm the last person on the list that is ever going to get targeted, but I would be aggrieved if I lose any more people that I love in my life because of some insane stuff going on at the state and state level, corporate level, especially with the current kind of administration. I'm running out of time. I was yammering a little bit, but I also want to talk to the environmental impacts. We as Michiganders already know with the Flint water crisis, with Enbridge lines failing, that we can't take back what is done despite the types of promises that they make. Why are we to believe that a multinational corporation from the UK has any of us' best interest in mind? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Rowan Amanita, followed by Dylan Robron.
Hi, my name is Ro, and I live downtown, close enough that I could walk here despite my disabilities. It was very important for me to be here today because I am so very opposed to this data center being built. I'm not here because I'm a NIMBY. I don't want this to be built in my backyard because I don't want it to be built in anyone's backyard. Deep green might be relatively green, but like Jerry Norris said earlier, a relatively low amount of spit in your chili is still, not great. This will still be an environmental disaster. It will cause pollution. It will make people sick, and it will be unbearable to be around. But the environmental aspects have been talked about a lot. What I want to talk about more is the larger conversation around this technology and how it's being used and why people are opposing it outside of just here, but around the country, around the world. And a lot of that is the cultural and ethical impacts of AI and the data centers that make it possible. Generative AI is a nightmare for everyone that values reality. We're coming to the end of an era in which photos and videos can be used as evidence in legal cases because it's too easy to generate fake images that look real. Isn't that scary? Your solid alibi now has to compete with a generated video of you committing a crime you didn't do. And AI is not being used to create jobs. The owners of the machines, the owners of these AI companies and data centers openly admit that the goal is to be able to hire fewer people and replace them with robots that can work 24/7 and don't need to be paid. That's how they're selling it to other business owners. I work in the arts, and our industry has been devastated by this technology. So what about my job? Is my job not important? Because people don't come places for a data center. They're going to come here for art, music, culture. That's what we stand to lose when we build these big data centers that destroy the arts. And it's also, as the previous speaker was talking about, being used for things like mass surveillance. It's being used by ICE. It is being used to create propaganda against oppressed people and activists. It enables and accelerates fascism. This is not a bug. It's a feature. It's intentional. If you value reality, justice, intelligence, creativity, freedom, the economy, and yes, the environment, then you can see why these data centers are bad news. They're being fought everywhere that they're being built, and it's not because we fear technology. It's because we know what we stand to lose when we allow this infrastructure to be built, and we know it's not for the benefit of the people. Please vote no.
Thank you. Next is Dylan Robran, followed by Nicholas Zandy.
Hello, my name is Dylan Robran, and I'm a resident of East Lansing. However, I have a lot of family, friends, and community members that live in Lansing, and I'm here on regard to them. This data center, as was mentioned, we have agreements to like try to mitigate and control some of the positive unpredictability or of a project like this. However, those safeguards do not even begin to measure the many, many ways that a project as big as this can impact the community. Like Jerry mentioned earlier, having a contract to guarantee if they do not use it after 2 years, and so that we can get it back, does not determine the kind of environmental impacts that a project like this can have, or the economic impacts of having to rebuild again this kind of not used infrastructure. There are just so many impacts that a project like this has, and we need, any approval will need to consider that, and because of that, I am here to advocate to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas Zandy, followed by Mike Smulligan.
Thank you. Nicholas Zanny, president of the Old Everett Neighbors Association, and I'm going to make it very clear where I stand on these developments when it comes to the data center as well as what you're going to be doing with the shuffle. I am very much against it because you've got Deep Green, which is from a country far across the pond that we fought so violently to gain our independence from. Yes, that is true. Why else would we exist as a country? And the other is the shuffle from someone who has admitted to you guys point blank that they haven't bothered paying their taxes yet, which is quite honestly very baffling that anyone would even let this come this far. And if I'm going to be honest, there are reasons why why I would vote against this if I were on the city council and if the fate had sat with me. Because for the data center, literally you've heard from a lot of people, minus a few vocal minority, is that, not to be condescending, is that everyone in this city is that it would pollute the environment, cause so much trouble, and quite frankly, make life far worse for a lot of people. And some people have said like, oh, it won't affect communities. Yes, it will. It will affect, there's literally a fast food place nearby, Wendy's, that will be negatively affected because there's a possibility the pollution does get bad. And if there is a disaster, hopefully not Chernobyl related, that could cause the food to become rather toxic and inedible to eat. Because again, you would have a fast food place in a very close proximity to it. And also, considering how these developers are, it is the best example of why we need to consider replacing property taxes with a land value tax so that all developments are up to date and accountable to the people, and that they don't sit around and do nothing with the property or run a property that is very unsustainable for the environment. Now, I don't think the land value tax should apply to city parks because, quite frankly, that would just be bad for the environment. But everywhere else, parking lots, offices, and yes, also data centers, that's what it should apply to. And so for that, I think we should consider a land value tax so that we don't end up in this situation. And that's all I'm going to say, and I'll yield the rest of my time. And just scrap my yellow sheet because I'm probably not going to be here for the rest of the meeting because I got dinner to have.
Thank you. Next is Mike Smulligan, followed by Jeremiah Henry.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mike Smulligan. I'm a resident of the Cherry Hill neighborhood. Before I get started, I want to give a shout out to our city clerk. I greatly appreciate you running safe and secure elections here in Lansing. I am confident that when I drop off my absentee ballot at the drop box right out front of this building, you send me a notice that you've received it, and I know that my vote is counted, and I greatly appreciate you running elections. That is something we can no longer take for granted here in this country, so thank you. I've been living in the Cherry Hill neighborhood for the last 12 years, and I like living in the Cherry Hill neighborhood. I walk to work. I walk to church. I walk to the grocery store. I walk by this lot on the way to the Lansing Lugnut games. And that's why I stay in the Cherry Hill neighborhood, because it's a great place to live and it's a walkable neighborhood to the places where I want to go. Now, back in February, around 11:30 at night, an engineer came before you and testified that building a power plant and a data center and plopping it in the middle of a residential neighborhood was all about placemaking. And I would argue that that is not placemaking, that putting a power plant and a data center in a residential neighborhood is an illustration of environmental injustice, not placemaking. Now, don't take my word for it. You folks here have a wonderful Design Lansing 2012 comprehensive plan. And on page 27 of your plan, you define placemaking as placemaking addresses the way elements of the built environment are designed and managed to create appealing, interesting, comfortable, and meaningful places for people. Placemaking helps define the image of a street, neighborhood, and community, and helps determine how convenient they are to get around. Placemaking influences how and how well a space is used. By encouraging social interaction between people, placemaking can also help build a sense of community and promote stewardship. Putting a power plant and a data center in the middle of downtown Lansing in an area that is zoned to explicitly prohibit power plants is not placemaking. It's violating your very plan to build a beautiful city. And if you're so desperate for $1 million, I'm willing to pay more in taxes to live in a city that takes placemaking seriously and doesn't put power plants in the middle of residential neighborhoods. Now, as for the environmental aspects of this project, you also have really good plans. You have the sustainability plan. You have a climate action plan. You have a council resolution from 2022 to live up to all these great greenhouse gas reduction goals. Your sustainability plan promises to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 59% by 2030. You're already at 1.5 million. You need to get down to 600,000. You can't do that in building a power plant in the middle of downtown Lansing, owned by Bloom Energy, who's not going to be paying 6% revenue to the city. So please, invest in a beautiful city that we all want to live in, and let's not put a power plant in a residential neighborhood.
Thank you. Next is Jeremiah Henry, followed by Danielle Raymond.
Good evening. My name is Jeremiah Henry, and I'm a member of One Love Global Peace Prosperity Youth Action Movement. I'm here because young people in Lansing deserve honesty, transparency, and real accountability when it comes to the proposed data centers. We've been researching data centers for weeks, and one thing is clear. Communities like ours often carry the biggest impacts while companies make the biggest promises. That's why we believe a strong community benefit agreement is necessary before anything moves forward. We want the City of Lansing, Board of Water and Light, and Deep Green to be held responsible for the environmental, economic, and neighborhood impacts. We want clear reporting on water usage, energy demands, and pollution. We want to know how this will actually affect our bills, our neighborhoods, and our future. Young people are paying attention. We ask you to make decisions that protect us, not just corporations. Please ensure a legally binding community benefit agreement that is in place so our community has real protections and not just promises. We vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Danielle Raymond, followed by Nick Finch.
Hello, good evening. I'm Danny. I live on the east side. I work on the east side and I volunteer on the east side. I think, oh my gosh, Mike Smulligan, whatever he said, I second that. That was so good. We have to listen to what we've already put out there, what you guys have, the plans you've made for the city, and not get so excited about easy money, easy solutions. Deep Greens, I don't know, propaganda. Their advertisement seems a lot like cigarettes, right? Light cigarettes versus regular cigarettes. Light cigarettes are healthier for you, right? But no cigarettes are healthy for you, just like no data center is healthy for you. Also want to talk about the downtown plans and all the development that's been going on here, right? And how it really feels like you're throwing away any kind of plan for a walkable, enjoyable city that people want to come visit with this data center. So please don't sell the lot and, listen to us, please. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nick Finch, followed by Aomi Kiyomizuku.
Hello, happy to be here. I've been living in Ward 1 for a long time. I've been a homeowner there for over a decade now, and I love Lansing. There's so much that I love about it. And I've loved hearing all of the opinions and input about this topic as well. One thing that I can't help but notice is the increasing stratification that's happening in our society today, right? We have more billionaires than ever and fewer middle class than we've seen. I mean, my grandparents are talking about it, right? So in a very long time. And so I understand why people feel desperate for money and desperate for jobs. But this corporation is utilizing our scarcity mindset and our desperation to sell us a lesser of two evils, right? We feel doom, we feel inevitability, even though people know that actually all of this technology, all of these data, all of this AI is decreasing our quality of life, right? There's tons of studies about this, about what it does to the brain. It decreases neural links, and even like brain matter is not lighting up for people who use more AI. Also, the data that they're keeping on us is it's impairing our lives, not only our privacy and security, but also just daily quality of life is going down. We limit our children's screen time for a reason. People try to limit their own screen time for a reason. And if you look at communities where data centers are put in, there's so many quality of life issues for humans and other living things as well, right? Even the subsonic sounds that come out of a data center like this impact all animals, including humans, and even if we don't know that we're hearing it. But many people are having issues with pollution, noise pollution, air quality, like many things. And if we're putting fuel cells in the soil, then it doesn't matter if we say, well, they'll leave if they don't do this thing. Well, yeah, then we're stuck with the toxic remnants of that. And Lansing knows about that, right? We're a big post-industrial city that has had to do things to make our land usable again. We don't need to keep moving in that direction. We can move towards something that benefits us, Lansing people. I know so many people who either own a small business and want to expand or want to start something as entrepreneurs and can't afford the space, even though there's so much sitting empty, because we're not actually looking for ideas coming out of Lansing sometimes, right? Sometimes we just wait for a corporation from another country to say, we'll give you this money, and we're so desperate. It's embarrassing. Let's use Lansing for Lansing. Let's build the communities that we can thrive in the kinds of worlds that we want to live in, because we have that option, and we don't actually need to go this route. It's not that much money. And the money that goes to housing, we don't like how it's spent anyway.
Thank you. Next is Aomi Kiyomizuku, followed by Ariana Brown.
Thank you, and that's Dr. Yumi Kiyomizu. Okay. So let me pull this up here. Oh God, I had it pulled up. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. So, to those who are present, today I want to talk about a pressing issue that affects us all: the risks and consequences of data centers. These facilities, which house computer systems and store large amounts of data, are often seen as the backbone of our digital economy. However, I firmly believe that what is being proposed for the city of Lansing, Michigan, is not a good idea. The recent incidents of data center shutdowns due to excessive heat are a stark reminder of these vulnerabilities of these facilities. In 2022 and 2025, we saw major tech companies like Twitter, Google, and Microsoft forced to shut down their equipment due to prevent permanent hardware damage because of excessive heat. The consequences of these shutdowns are far-reaching: website and application downtime, financial disruption, and long-term risks to hardware and operational costs. But the problem goes beyond just heat waves. Data centers pose significant environmental risks. They consume massive amounts of power, contributing to greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. They use significant amounts of water for cooling, straining local water resources, and they generate substantial electronic waste, exacerbating the already pressing issue of e-waste. Furthermore, data centers are vulnerable to cybersecurity risks, including data center breaches and cyber attacks and insider threats. They also are at risk of physical damage from fires, floods, and natural disasters. And let's not forget the health and safety risks associated with electromagnetic radiation, noise pollution, and worker safety. But it's not just the risks themselves that are concerning, it's also the broader social and community impacts of data centers. They can disrupt local communities with noise, traffic, and increased utility demands. They can lead to job displacement through automation and AI, and they can exacerbate existing digital divides by concentrating data storage and processing in specific regions. I'm not here to deliver all doom and gloom, however, for there are alternative solutions. I firmly...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ariana Brown, followed by Lee Harper.
Right. Hey, how's it going? Okay, a couple of quick housekeeping things. So I'm a member of Ward 3. Give me a Zoom option. Get an owl. I would love to be involved, but it is hard to physically get out there. Also for Ward 4, you didn't mention where your meeting is. You're the only ward that didn't say, hey, this is our constituent contact meeting. And then also just missed the opportunity for the community events thing, but first Thursday of the month from 6 to 8 at Rio School, the Lansing Empowerment Network has a housing meeting. We talk a lot about all the stuff that we've been talking about today of we want a walkable, affordable, livable city full of housing. The way that Michigan has committed to the automotive industry, we need that for housing. No more Motor City, housing city. No more General Motors, general housing. Let's get it built. So obviously I really want to have a livable, walkable, enjoyable downtown specifically. And this data center just isn't ever going to be compatible with that. You can either have the pollution of 11,000 cars and a questionable amount of noise, or you can have a riverfront view. This is a riverfront capital. That is so rare. You can't build a river. You can't buy the status of being a capital city. So we have to respect the fact that what we have is incredibly valuable. We do not have to be beggars. We have to be choosers. I want to be going around looking at the globe and saying, hey, you built this infrastructure. I think it's incredible. Can you build something for us? I don't want to see oh, hey, well, we heated up a swimming pool and now we think we're ready for your whole city. I'm glad that you feel confident in that and I appreciate your ambition, but I don't want to be an experimental city. I'd rather have really tried and true things that are human focused, human scaled, walkable, livable, lots of housing. House us. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Harper, followed by Samara Morgan.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Lee Harper. I'm a Lansing resident and was raised not far from here. I've grown up in Michigan my whole life, but have been here specifically for 2 years. I came here after being pushed out of IPSI for safety concern, and rent was too dang high. Something similar here to Lansing. Since I've been here, I've been surrounded and met by community members dedicated to focus on building connections and opportunities for some of the things that were talked about here tonight in terms of housing, jobs, community opportunities, and overwhelming evidence of that commitment. And so these have been mentioned through the money prospects alone that would come with the data center, but that is not evident. I echo my peers and community members who have expressed concerns about the negative impact and generative harm done to community and our environment and climate and the president. I join the people across the country and Michigan that are saying no for the myriad of very real impacts and devastation this will continue and exacerbate, both by being built and also the relationship between data centers, surveillance, and the violence mentioned by my other community members. It's not to be taken lightly when moving forward with community interest from a macro vision of what the impacts are. As a resident, please vote no. Vote no on the rezoning and say no to Deep Green Data Center. Also, as an aside, it's wild to weaponize Korean art as an argument, that kind of stuff.
Thank you. Next is Samara Morgan, followed by Matthew Zadusky.
Sure that the neighbors just to the east of this proposed site will be happy to find out that the cost, excuse me, of their health and wellness is up for sale for $400,000. That'll probably get you 2 units. My name's Samara Morgan. I'm a lifelong tax-paying Lansing resident. I come tonight in strong opposition to the rezoning of 4 city parcels to allow Deep Green to build its data center. Instead, I urge you to revive abandoned efforts to build desperately needed multi-family housing on the land, something our city actually needs. It's easy to see why the proliferation of AI data centers is strongly opposed across the political spectrum. The noise they emit, the environmental damage they cause, the inevitable long-term job losses. But this is more than just a political issue. It's a moral issue, and it's a racial and environmental justice issue. We all know how the construction of I-496 forcefully displaced a thriving Black neighborhood. Leading up to that project many decades ago, local business leaders and some in labor championed the economic growth and jobs that the construction of 496 would bring to the area. Does that sound familiar? Our city leaders today condemn what happened then from the comfort of hindsight. We consider ourselves more enlightened now to how low-income and communities of color have been repeatedly victimized through corporate pollution, being dumped or pumped into their neighborhoods. And yet the city is getting ready to do it again to one of the city's poorest neighborhoods adjacent to this property. Which one of you is going to cast the deciding vote? Which one of you wants to live with that? Because it's one thing to condemn the mistakes of the past, but it's quite another to learn from them. And it's another thing yet to actually do something to prevent those mistakes going forward. Sure, you can cater to the narrow interests of corporate campaign donors and big tech oligarchs. But I'm sure that with other projects coming up, the chamber will forgive you for voting no on this one. I'm not so sure the voters will forgive you for voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matt Zadusky, followed by Anne Marie Hodges.
Hey, I sent an email late last night, way too late last night, describing my reasons for opposing the data center project. I figured I'd be a little bit more cynical and just assume that it's going to pass. And first of all, if it is going to pass, I would say don't rely on those jobs or that $1 million a year for particularly long. I say that because we're building an overcapacity of data centers right now. That's not just my opinion. That's going based off of Goldman Sachs analysis, who says that assuming a 20% drop in AI, which seems extremely likely, given the fact that AI is massively unprofitable. The companies who run AI chatbots lose billions of dollars monthly with them. And the only way to make them profitable is like ChatGPT that costs like $20 a month to raise it up to like $100 a month. So it seems very likely that AI could, usage rates could drop 20%, in which case the occupancy rates in data centers, they project to be approximately 80%. That meaning that a very large number of them are going to be unprofitable. Deep Green coming online it will probably take multiple years before they can come online, and they'll be entering a market where there's an overcapacity of data centers. They'll have to lower their prices in order to stay profitable, and might not be able to stay in business. Here's where I get particularly cynical, is that prices have also increased significantly for the building materials for data centers. And as far as I can tell, Deep Green hasn't ordered their materials yet. They were mentioning we might have 5, we might have 10 generators during their last meeting, so they haven't purchased them yet. There's like a 2-year lead time in order to get generators and a lot of other materials. Some of the prices are going parabolic. So the reason I would think that they might still be wanting to continue the project despite the fact that prices have increased to the point where it could be unprofitable is they want to get bought out by a tech firm. And if that is the case, I think that we should get a cut, 50%. This is me being extremely cynical, because I do think what I'm proposing is sort of monstrous. The nearest home is 130 feet away. They'll be basically tortured hearing that buzzing all the time. But at the very least, I think if this has to pass, we should get something from it, because us, the residents, are the one not taking the risk, not Deep Green just playing with investor money.
Thank you. Next is Anna Marie Hodges, followed by Drew Yancey.
Hi, I'm Anne Marie Hodges. I'm a resident of, I think, Ward 2. I'm embarrassed to say I don't know for sure. I've just heard so many good things here tonight in opposition to this project, so I'm not a big researcher. I don't have a lot of specific points to make, and I thought about not speaking at all, but I think you should hear from as many city residents as are willing to speak publicly about this. I don't support this project. I don't support the sale of this lot or anything else related to the project. I think the noise pollution, the CO2 pollution are clear drawbacks related to the project, but I also think this is just a really bad fit for the location. I feel like at some point the good or bad of data centers and how many we need and stuff will be worked out, and maybe we'll have another opportunity at it. But I feel like at this point, jumping on to putting a non-destination right in the middle of downtown makes no sense. It's going to be close to the new city hall and the Ovation building. There is an opportunity to make that even more walkable, even more enjoyable, even more attractive to people in the city and outside of the city, and this won't be it. The number of jobs, I don't want to seem flippant. Jobs are important. Every single job is important to the person who has it and who's relying on that income, but 15 or 20 or 25 over many years is not impressive. It's not clear to me how aggressively the city has marketed those lots. I heard a reference to 2 other projects over a number of decades, but recently, has there been an opportunity or an effort made to really market these locations or this location to other potential investors who are not from another country? And not to be xenophobic, but I think the closer companies are to where they're doing business, the more responsible they have to be and the more likely they are to have to answer directly to people. And I think that matters. And I would just say, too, I echo the expressions about why we are acting so desperate. And I realize it may not be an exact comparison, but do you think Madison, Wisconsin, or Austin, Texas would be begging some little UK company to build a data center that will bring no one to their city? I think probably not. And again, I know it's not an exact comparison, but we need to act like the capital city and adjacent to a major university. You know, we need to act like a community that has something to offer, not beggars, as someone else mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Drew Yancey, followed by William Walker.
Hello. I'm here to oppose the sale of the lot for the data center. I've never spoken at one of these things before, but you know, just seeing everyone speak, it's just really sad that it seems like we have to come here and beg for you guys to do the right thing. And I know you guys probably see the dollar signs. You know, some company from the UK offers you a bunch of money. That sounds great. We can use it for all these great things, but what reason has been given by any tech company for us to believe anything they have to say? That's also what makes me also frustrated why the city of Lansing is even listening to a proposal from a data center, because all of this information and everything that everyone's been saying is readily available to the public about all the harms of data centers, how they don't help communities, how they pollute the communities, how they steal everyone's water. You know, Bernie Sanders has called for a moratorium on all data centers throughout the country because there are few to no regulations on these centers, and they keep propping up out of nowhere. And, you know, just recently, Sam Altman said, you know, we want to put a meter on intelligence. We want to steal all your information and sell it back to you. It's like, do we want to be in business with people like them? And they can say they're the good data center, but I don't believe that exists. You know, we talk about gaining jobs, like that's all well and good. We don't know how long those are going to last. And we also know that AI is going to replace thousands and millions of us if the tech giants have their way. You know, we have reports of facilities in Memphis that have polluted that area so poorly because of Elon Musk's data centers that people have trouble breathing, or, you know, the ringing day and night from these turbines. And I know this one's smaller, but who's to say it won't grow over time, or we need another one, or whatever the case may be. We also need to think about the Great Lakes. That provides 84% of fresh water to North America. It also provides 21% of the global fresh water. Sorry, I have more. In addition to that, you know, there is a Michigan state legally required goal for all energy companies to meet 100% clean energy standard by 2040. As far as I can tell, they don't seem to be interested in that at all. At least as far as what I've read about this company, they're just offering a lot of promises with not a lot of information to back it up. Yeah, I could go on. I'm sure there's things I wish I could have said, but I really wish you guys would listen to the public. I think it's been made very clear that we are opposed to this data center, and it doesn't provide anything to the community. If anything, you know, it provides money, maybe, but it's just going to hollow us out. It won't bring people here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is William Walker, followed by Mercury Rose.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here I am again. I begin to wonder why. Well, maybe because I'm American. And in America, we have a democracy. We elect individuals to speak for us. I sat back and I've listened to the issue of the data center over and over. Am I the only one that realize your constituents are against it? I sat back and made a note. There were 6 people out of tonight that were in favor of it, and 5 of them had financial interest in it. The gentleman with the pipe fitting, etc., spoke about potential 20-year contract. I worked on houses that were over 100 years old, and the plumbing was still working. If they think that this data center plumbing is going to fail in 20 years, then they better reevaluate the jobs they're doing in constructing it. I have been in this city for longer than anyone here. I can sit here and tell you there used to be a log cabin downstairs, right outside the door, that used to be the first city hall. I can tell you, I watched them build this building. The hardcore reality is we don't need this data center. I can tell you, I remember when there used to be a hotel on Kalamazoo between Larch and Cedar. The reality is we don't need this data center. Number one, I hate AI. I gotta argue with AI about buying a product from them. There's too much AI. It's time that we started being reliant on ourselves. We're hearing nothing but negative about this. I'm running out of time. 15 jobs this is supposed to provide. Burger King can do better. McDonald's is doing better. $100,000, or what was it, $400,000 for housing. How much housing is that gonna be? Houses now are costing over $100,000. How much did these little cube houses cost? It's time that we be real.
Thank you. Next, we have Mercury Rose, followed by Virginia Caldwell.
Hello, my name is Mercury Rose, they, them. Over 10-year resident of Lansing. I'm a homeowner and business owner. I want to thank everyone who's spoken here tonight in opposition of the data center, because I feel like I have 1,000 reasons why I don't want that in my community. And I'm really tired tonight, and I'm coming here because I feel desperate that this not be built. And I know that doesn't sell well, and that's not good marketing to be desperate, but I am. I'm desperate because do you know what else is a closed water system? All of the freaking water in our world. So they're gonna pollute some of it in a way that isn't easy to clean and return to our natural sources. And they're gonna do it right next to our river that flows into our Great Lakes. Hello? We talk about the future like it's this thing that's really far in the world and we don't have to worry about it. But 2 summers ago, I couldn't leave my house because of the wildfire that was happening in Canada. Because it's too hot here and there's too much carbon being emitted into our atmosphere. And this is gonna contribute to that. Is that the choice that you wanna make for our future? I take care of tiny babies and I love them so much, and I imagine the world that they're gonna inherit from us and their children are gonna inherit from us. And it's not a beautiful world. It's not one with clean rivers that they can fish in and swim in, and blue skies with clean air that they can breathe, because we already don't have that. And every moment we make a choice that isn't to stop polluting our planet furthers us towards that horrible future that I imagine. There's 1,000 reasons why we don't need another data center, but I just come back to the water and the air and the noise pollution that interrupts the migration patterns. And as someone who's a chronic migraine sufferer, that's not gonna help me love living in this city. And I'm really committed to living in this city. This will be my final resting place. Please do not vote to allow this data center to be built. Every decision we make right now is the decision that's gonna impact those babies' lives and their children's lives and the children's lives from there. It's like irreparable damage that we are doing. On the note of the shuffle thing, if I understand correctly, it's whether or not we're gonna sell Lansing Shuffle to this private equity firm or this corporation so that they can have more control over their tenants. When has it ever helped the tenants, the new businesses and the entrepreneurs to be controlled or overseen by a private business, because all they have in their interest is more profit? And profit seems to be driving a lot of really awful choices lately. Do not let profit drive this choice for the data center or for making tenants' lives harder at the Lansing City Shuffle. Maintain control of that so that the public can have some oversight on it. And listen to the public. Overwhelmingly, we have said no to this. Let your vote reflect that.
Thank you. Next is Virginia Caldwell, followed by Mrs. Wilson. Virginia? Virginia. Okay, Mrs. Wilson. Will be followed by Jillian. And then after that, we're going to a couple of virtual presenters.
Salutations. In regards to the ballot proposal sale of the Lansing Shuffle Building located on 325 Riverfront Drive, please make sure that the value of that property will be sold at a rate that is conducive of what it is worth at the current market rate. I implore you to not accept a lowball offer. That is some good prime property located near the riverfront. Okay. In regards of the data center, if it's not going to increase, if it's going to cause an increase of our utility bills, I disagree. How about offering an incentive for our seniors? And is AI honestly offering jobs for people? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jillian, followed by Jakayla Hobbs, who's coming virtually.
Hi, I'm Jillian Hansen. I no longer live in Lansing, but I've been a longtime resident. Lived in and around Lansing for most of my life. I recently moved because it's completely unaffordable to live there. Recent Board of Water and Light in the last 4 or 5 years has recently upped the cost of water, and I have a hard time believing that this data center isn't going to do the exact same thing. I think for Lansing residents, there needs to be more opportunity for local business, and this doesn't seem like the way to do it at all. These data centers might offer 15 jobs now, but they're going to take millions of jobs later on. There is not going to be a workforce. This is not a pro-human approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jakayla Hobbs, and then I'm not sure if we have Gabriel B. Fiber. Take it away, Jack.
I'm speaking today as a longtime member of the Lansing community concerned about the proposed data center and its impact on Lansing residents. While this project has been presented as an economic opportunity, data centers come with significant environmental and community impacts, especially related to energy use, water consumption, and long-term sustainability. As a community, we cannot rely on promises alone. Without a legally binding community benefits agreement, there is no guarantee that commitments made by Deep Green, the City of Lansing, or the Board of Water and Light will actually be delivered. We've seen how sustainability claims can turn into greenwashing without clear standards, transparency, and enforcement in other communities. This agreement must also protect neighborhoods, ensuring that nearby communities are not negatively impacted and are actively included in decision-making. It must guarantee real benefits, including lower energy costs for residents, responsible water use with full replacement, and clear public reporting on how this project will impact the people of Lansing. I urge the council to require a strong, enforceable community benefits agreement with specific commitments, independent oversight, and real consequences for noncompliance. Development should benefit the people of Lansing and not come at the expense of our resources, our neighborhoods, or our trust. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for your time and attention this evening. To the council, 2 weeks ago, how many ever weeks ago was last time we did this? We had a lot of feedback that folks didn't like seeing the presentation before, wanted to have the chance to give the comments. So before we refer to the public hearings, we're going to do that presentation or chance for the council members to ask questions, make comments. specifically on this proposal. I know these are kind of a little out of step, but we've tried to err on the side of giving more opportunities for discussion. So with that, I'm going to ask Matt Craggs and Rob Stolpstad to join us in the well for the presentation. And I believe there is a presentation in your packet as well as in the online. If you could, once you're settled, if you wouldn't mind making sure the microphone is on, and then just reminding us of your names, please.
Is that working? I'm Matt Craggs, the CTO of Deep Green.
And I'm Rob Stolpstad.
I think we're ready for the presentation, City TV.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Craggs. I'm, as I mentioned before, the CTO of Deep Green. We really appreciate the opportunity to be back in front of Council today after restarting the approval process following feedback from Councilmember Nevarez Martinez on the process. We appreciate that. We presented our project only a few months ago, and so we'll briefly provide an overview today of what we've discussed before, as well as talking about some of the developments we've taken on in the last few weeks, and highlighting how we're being different to other data centres. I'll spend the majority of time discussing how we've strengthened our commitments to the city through legally binding agreements that we're making with both the Board of Water and Light and with the City of Lansing through the purchase agreement. Again, listening to the feedback presented to us last time from the council members. I'd like to say, before we continue, to comment on the continued developments and how we're delivering information. We're continuously investing and developing this project, and as a result, that is producing more and more concrete information every week. We want to continue this process of fronting that up to the council and to the city members as and when that information is firm. Off the back of that, we have some representatives from Bloom Energy who've flown in to join us for this meeting so that you're able to answer questions. Marissa and Scott have joined us and are ready to join later when the opportunity for questioning starts. We said from the beginning that we're a different type of data center. What sets us apart? We're planning to build a 24 MVA data center in Lansing for the use of local and regional businesses and universities. We'll reuse the heat generated, supplying it directly to BWL downtown hot water customers and reducing the carbon impact and cost of that heat supply. We'll operate it using closed-loop cooling technologies, which means no water extraction, no pollution of local water bodies or rivers. That also minimises the use of the energy for cooling the data centre in times when the hot water network does not need it. And we will commit to providing direct economic impact to the city through taxes and the purchase of an underutilised parking lot, but also through providing a local and regional technology cluster, bringing employment and opportunity to Lansing. What makes us a different type of data centre? We aren't a hyperscaler data centre. That's what we'll start with. We're not a gigawatt scale campus. Touched on it before, we're 500 times smaller than some of those campuses, or 50 times smaller, sorry, that's a typo. And most of all, on the water usage, by the use of this closed loop cooling system and the high temperatures that affords, we'll be free cooling more of the year and reducing the use of water compared to those, using less than 500,000 gallons of water a year at this site, equivalent to 10 residential homes or a small restaurant. And that's based on data we've got from BWL on average usage across those. A hyperscale facility would be expected to use an amount of water similar to the city of Lansing, not 10 homes. A lot have been asked about why downtown Lansing, why we're going to where we are. Our model is predicated on heat reuse. We're not allowed to build and we're not allowed to fund projects from our investors that don't involve a credible contracted off-taker of that heat, which in this case is the BWL's hot water network. The Pro site sits right next to the edge of BWL's planned hot water network and ensures that there's efficient access to the heating infrastructure whilst placing the building in a location that is already similar to the surrounding uses. We have a water conditioning plant to the west, a solar array to the north, and automotive repair centres immediately to the east. This is a result of direct feedback from the city and from the people of Lansing from a previously proposed location at the Cooley Law Building further into town. Aesthetics. We've talked a lot about making the building a valuable asset to the area, and are cognizant that the site does sit on a major entryway to the city of Lansing and to the tourism areas and areas of development north of Michigan Avenue. The site will not be a windowless box. It will feature windows, landscaping, murals, and other features to enhance walkability. We will commit to that planting program surrounding the site to improve that area and make it a more pleasant place to walk and enjoy the other facilities in the area. It's important to note that these design elements are not just things that get thrown into an initial project rendering, only to be removed later on. We have to comply with the city's form-based code, and that's something that we'll be making sure we do throughout the process, and that requires the site to fit in with the downtown zoning requirements and the aesthetics of the area. Sorry, 1 second. I want to take a moment just to talk through the process that we would go through following April 6th, if that were to go in our favour, and highlight the areas in which we'll be making contact with and conforming with the building code. First is in the site plan approval. The site plan approval will ensure that our facility is designed in accordance with the building code I mentioned before. There'll be a pre-application conference with the planning, building, safety, fire and public works departments to review those plans and ensure compliance with their requirements. Once those are submitted, all city departments will review and provide comments and feedback to ensure all of their concerns are heard and addressed. Following that, we would go into building permit approval. In that, the construction plans that will be created will be reviewed and approved by a Michigan licensed architect or engineer before going to the building safety office. Then the building safety office will conduct a full review before the building permits can be issued. This ensures that the public commitments that we're making in terms of site design are kept, and ensures that we're staying compliant with all the requirements of the city. Sorry, I can't see what's on the screen. First of all, touching on some comments mentioned last time we spoke on sound and water usage, we wanted to give a bit more detail about the major emitters or the anticipated emitters and the process we'll go through to ensure compliance. First of all, that, and the most obvious to anyone there, would be the backup generators. They are engines. They are, in their nature, can be noisy. From a management of any noise produced, first of all, we'll ensure testing is at a sociable time and will be lasting for no more than 30 minutes a month. An example of that, of where at other sites we've followed this approach, is consulting with businesses and surrounding areas, including schools, to ensure we're timing those for something that is not disruptive to their operation if they are going on. And then to add to that, we will be adding generator enclosures, which are there designed to attenuate that noise down, and we will be adding enclosures surrounding the generator area to take that well below the downtown core noise limits that are included as part of the purchase agreement with the city and our compliance with that. In normal operation, these generators, as I said, will only be tested half an hour each month. They're only there to design when there is a failure of the grid and the power supply serving the site to meet the requirements of the clients of the facility. Sound engineering experts will be consulted at every step of the design process to ensure the facility meets those, both in the design phase and as we move towards operation. I've asked some of our team to share some of the documents from a different project to give an example of the sort of process that goes through. That involves engaging an external independent engineering team to assess those. They take measurements surrounding the site of the measures throughout the day, not just during the busiest or the quietest part of the day, and then we'll model the different emitters based on the plant that we're selecting for the site and the generators picked to ensure that these are not being met at receptors all over the site, not just sites away from where the users are. We're conscious of the proximity to housing and to other businesses and want to ensure that we're complying with those requirements from day one. I also wanted to take the opportunity here to reiterate the limited water use of the facility. I said it will operate on a closed-loop water-based cooling system. This means no additional water is added to the data center to move that around, and there's no discharge of water into the local environment. These types of systems are common in hospitals and other buildings throughout the city, state, and country. And just like every other company in the country, Deep Green must comply with all environmental laws for how this system works, how the glycol gets processed, and how it's recovered and disposed of at the end of the cycle through licensed providers. I touched on it in a bit of detail already and definitely skipped ahead. As I mentioned, each generator will be housed inside the enclosure. The generator on its own looks not dissimilar to any engine you might see in a large semi. That is then enclosed within the enclosures, like the one pictured. And that's designed to keep noise just within that enclosure down to 74 decibels from 23 feet away. That's not good enough for what we're doing here on its own. In some sites where that is, we would stop there. In this case, we're not going to. What we'll then do is put an acoustic enclosure around the whole site or around the area with the generators to then further take that down by 20 to 30 decibels, depending on the enclosure design, and to ensure that we meet those limits of downtown core. In addition, the building itself will be built with soundproofing within it. I know that's been a concern that's been raised. The materials used in the design of the building and its structure will be specified with high enough U values, which are sound insulation values, to ensure there is no noise coming from within the data center that is leaving that site. I think a good example of that is that we do have a couple of racks of servers in the room behind us with the AV team, and when you stand out in the lobby, you can't hear anything. U values of normal construction methodologies are more than ample for meeting those. Power. The power will be supplied by BWL. It's going to be two parts, an 8 MVA grid supply and a 16 megawatt on-site fuel cell facility operated by BWL. First of all, we're paying for all capital expenditures required for this facility. That includes the installation of the plant up front as part of our commitment. That means that at the worst case scenario, if something worse has been raised to happen to the industry as a whole, there is still a completely functional, valuable fuel cell plant that is there for operation by BWL for the benefits of the city. That's the worst case scenario. This is, I think, goes a long way to ensuring there is no long-term negative effects of any relationship with Deep Green. The use of solid oxide fuel cells on site is there to limit the direct impact to the grid, and as a result of a grid study performed by BWL looking at the infrastructure available. They provide power by chemical reaction, not combustion, and they're a cleaner, more efficient power source than gas generation. Compared to the energy supplied by the regional electric grid, fuel cells reduce sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide emissions by over 99.5% and carbon dioxide emissions by nearly 50%. We've calculated these emissions estimates based on the EPA's eGrid database, comparing solid oxide fuel cells to the MESO non-baseload marginal generation unit. It's also important to note that BWL has publicly stated that our project will reduce natural gas use for the downtown hot water system by 25%. I'd like to get on to the community benefits now. I've covered how we're addressing environmental concerns, but I want to reinforce why this project will have a net positive impact for the City of Lansing, as well as its free heat saving costs for BWL's downtown customers. The community benefits of this project include $1.4 million to purchase the underused city-owned parking lot, nearly $900,000 a year in annual local property tax revenue, which supports local public services like roads, public safety, schools, libraries, and more. And this was estimated by the local assessor's office and was confirmed in a tax analysis by LEAP. We're also guaranteeing a $1 million per year contribution to the city via BWL's return on equity from its power sales. That is including on power generated by the fuel cells on site, not just on the power purchased from the grid. And in addition to that, we will contribute $120,000 per year to support the low-income energy customers via BWL's Pennies for Power and our system. That is more than double the money currently available from that scheme. Deep Green is committed to using union construction jobs, and we're working towards an agreement with union labour on that, and is committed to signing that before beginning construction. And just to reiterate, our facility will be marketed towards local businesses first, targeting growth industries, technology, and academia. I think this is the most important slide. It was a clear feature of the questioning last time I came before the council, and of the comments that were raised both today and before, is around how can we know you're going to do what you say you're going to do. I think we wanted to take the opportunity afforded to us by the resubmission of the process to really find the best approach to locking this in law. Now, we've heard community benefits agreements mentioned a lot tonight. Under our advice, that wasn't available here, so we took two other ways, which are available, and the purpose was this should be enforceable, this should be clearly available, and should be observable by the city and by the council. First of all, the buy-sell agreement. This is the agreement we have with the city for the purchase of it, which is provided, well, we're noted at the March 9th council meeting, and it emailed to you again as recently as last Friday. That document makes the following clear. We must adhere to downtown core noise limits, the current zoning of the site. The city will have input on the site plan and all design aesthetics, including walkability and the green space and planting plan. The city has the right to buy back the land if the project doesn't commence, as in break ground, within 24 months. And we will not seek any local tax incentives or abatements from the city throughout the lifetime of the project. We've also taken key protections and written them into the BWL agreement. And that agreement was shared with you earlier this month on March 2nd. And that requires the following. We'll pay for all required power infrastructure up front. That includes the transformers and the connections to the grid, as well as the fuel cell and the delivery process. We'll pay market rate for all of the energy consumed on the site. And we will guarantee the projected $1 million BWL return on equity as a result of these power sales. So what that means in reality is if sales are slower than anticipated, the money will first go to paying this, and then will be recognised afterwards. So in effect, our power price will be more expensive than the advertised rates to other businesses in the city until that number is met, making up that difference. We will use a closed-loop liquid-based cooling system to minimise water consumption, and will make all of the heat generated by the site available to BWL for use, both from the fuel cells in the installation of a heat recovery system there, and in presenting that to heat exchangers to be made available for use by the BWL hot water system as needed. And all of that heat will be provided for free. There will be no infrastructure charges associated with that. There will be no consumption charges based on kilowatt hour usage. We will also contribute, as I touched on before, $120,000 per year through the Pennies for Power process. And the funds for that come as part of our own funding agreement with our backers. That is enshrined within the funding process from day one, the commitment to spend that. And we'll commit to a 20-year purchase agreement from BWL to lock in those benefits for the foreseeable future. We'll also pay an exit fee should we wish to stop purchasing any power from BWL, covering any remaining BWL cost commitments if the project does not materialise. So if BWL has spent money developing designs or developing or procuring hardware for this project and the project doesn't start, we'll be paying an exit fee to get out of that agreement as part of that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present. I know I'm not the smoothest speaker, but I'd be happy to answer any questions asked with Rob or the team at the back from Bloom or BWL.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to questions from City Council. Okay, well, I'm going to... okay. Go ahead, Frank. Councilmember Cost.
Just a quick question. You said in the presentation early on that you would match the aesthetics of the neighborhood. So can you tell me what the aesthetics of that neighborhood are?
Yeah, of course. So I think there's a couple of design influences we've taken in the renders we've done already. One being some aspects of the water treatment plant, also looking at the developments up on Michigan Avenue and the approach there. I think we've got to be informed as well by the aesthetic used in other downtown core areas and what that looks like as part of the design process. I think we've taken a stab at that approach in the renders presented so far, but I think part of the purpose of having the city's influence during the design phase is to allow input to make sure that we don't deviate from that.
Okay. Do you know if Deep Green, if anyone's reached out? We had someone say that no one had reached out to the neighbors that are adjacent to that property. There's a neighborhood that's about 4 blocks in size, right next to this project.
I don't know if anyone from the team has reached out directly to individual households. I think we've gone to great extents to attend as many neighbourhood meetings as possible.
Yep,
and
you did come
be
to mine.
present for that. But I think if we would encourage anyone who wants to learn more, and we will continue to make ourselves available for community meetings. I think some of the team are coming to some of the meetings described earlier today.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last thing. I'm a bit confused, and maybe the mayor has. We had discussed the tax thing with this, the amount of money that would come in for taxes. How much of that is actually going to go to the city coffers versus the TIF?
For the taxes themselves, I want to say it was about $200,000 was going to the TIFA, downtown TIFA. That captures the taxes for that come to the city of Lansing. That's our tax capture in that area. So we'll go to the TIFA, helping to pay off Lansing Center, and then helping to do improvements throughout the downtown area, throughout the TIFA area, anything above the Lansing Center payoff.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's it.
Thank you. Councilor Hussein.
Yeah, just real quick, and I appreciate those questions, Councilmember Cost. You referenced this particular site as an incredibly important site in terms of entryway into Lansing, and you're correct. And you talked about the importance of windows and landscaping, murals, public park, walkability, bikeability, and that really was over a couple different presentations, right? Mm-hmm. When we talk about the buy-sell agreement, it sounds like what you all are agreeing to is to kind of comply with DT3 zoning requirements and anything that might come into play with regard to site plan review, right? But that deals a lot more with setbacks and maybe construction materials than it does these types of things. And so I'm curious, are these things that you've referenced over and over and over again as being a major benefit to the community in that area, are those things required anywhere in the buy-sell agreement?
I'm not an expert on the agreement myself, but
Well, I think in some of these questions, the city planning department might be better equipped to answer, but we're obligating ourselves under the buy-sell to comply with DT3. So noise, design review, setbacks, all of that would need to comply with DT3. So whatever's within the city purview under DT3, we would have to comply with. Does that answer your question?
And that's why I asked the question, because public art and intentional landscaping, there's some screening would be necessary and things like that, but the walkability aspect, the public park piece that has been referenced, the window, not all of those things are necessarily required with regard to DT3. So I just want to make sure that as we try to get as much objective information to those that we represent, that it's accurate, right?
Of course.
And I don't want to oversell that public benefit piece because there is no, at least based on the,
Sorry. City TV, we're dropped off the.
If I might, I'm legal counsel.
Just a second, please.
If I could just finish real quick.
Yeah.
So I guess that's my concern, because the reality is if that is actually not a requirement in the buy-sell, if it's some legally binding contract between us and the company, then that's not something that we can actually promise the public will happen at that location.
yeah, of course. I won't touch on the legal side of things. What I will say is what we have committed to is providing environmental studies, and in some case a planting plan to support that as part of our application. As part of the acoustic studies I sent through, I also attached a was a biodiversity net gain study for a site we're doing in the UK, which does exactly that. What we're required by law there is to provide a plan that demonstrates we're proving a 10% improvement in biodiversity of a site. Now that's in and of itself probably not the best mechanism here, given that it's a car park rather than an area of land that's covered in vegetation. But that sort of planting plan is exactly what we will provide as part of that permitting process for the city to look at and opine on, so to ensure that.
City Council Member Hussein, I'm Liz Rogers. I'm legal counsel for Deep Green. I just want to provide some additional clarity.
Ms. Green, or
with
Liz.
respect to-
Hi. You want to join us here? I don't think that mic's on. Yeah, thank you. Could you state your name again, please?
Sure. I'm Elizabeth Rogers. I'm legal counsel for Deep Green, and I just want to provide some additional clarity with respect to your question. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to put it on the record. So there were two protections in particular that we wanted to ensure were covered in the buy-sell agreement, and one of those is the zoning requirements with respect to the D3 zone. And so obviously we're here for a rezoning because there are some things that zoning designation does not permit. But the second line of protection that we wanted the city to have and that the residents would benefit from having some assurance that Deep Green would actually keep its word is that site plan review is an inherent part of that. And so the city has an opportunity both to ensure that the zoning requirements are met, but also to do an extensive site plan review to ensure that what's reflected in the site plan is what actually gets developed. So when you start talking about more specific aspects of the property, the windows and beautification and landscaping, those things are going to be reflected in the site plan, and the site plan has to be approved in connection with the entire review and development period. So the city will have that benefit. And for some of the comments earlier that said that there is no binding agreement, that's just not true. That's exactly the language that's in the buy-sell agreement, and it is binding.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tavares Martinez.
I have a question actually for the mayor. Earlier, when we talked about when you were talking about the budget, you mentioned that if we were to approve this, the budget would look different because there would be the $1 million coming in from the project. You mentioned that it was recommended to you to add the firefighters and the hazmat team and all of that. Can I ask who recommended that?
The IAFF, the International Association of Firefighters, asked for a variety of things. So that was their recommendation to the chief, and that was her recommendation to me in terms of, they wanted a lot more than that. They wanted a lot of staff and a variety of other things that we put into the regular budget. Well, 3 staff that we put in the regular budget, but this was equipment and certifications and things like that that they want for a variety of reasons, for buildings that we have going vertical, and so we wanted to provide, should this pass, when the money comes in.
Okay, great. I just wondered if that was maybe in preparation because we may not have the hazmat available needed in case this blew up or there was like a leak or something. So just wanted to.
It was general, but these are a variety of things that were requested.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anything, Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for returning and coming back again, and thank you for bringing additional team members. It seems that folks are concerned about the perception of this and the skillful marketing of it, as opposed to, I think, digging into the quality of the science. And I'm curious about the background or anything you would care to provide about any of the folks on your team and their science background, their training, the credibility of that. I believe that residents are the experts of their experience in their community, and I commend you all for bringing forth a lot of the notes that were given previously to you. So can you speak to the integrity and the training and the quality of science that is going behind this?
Yeah, of course. I'll also be the first one to admit that I'm not an engineer myself, and I should be nowhere near any of the design work doing it myself or signing off or approving it. We have a very qualified professional team that will be working on this project. On all projects that we deliver, the professional team provides the core part of that design process. That is a combination of mechanical and electrical engineers, fire safety engineers, architects, construction management, that are all there to provide their expertise and ensure we're complying with all of the coding requirements, all of the fire safety guidelines, and ensure that all of the engineering that sits behind this and the science you say is sound and is borne out by people with experience. You know, we work with engineering teams that are Uptime accredited, which is a accreditation body within our industry that speaks to the quality of their designs and their ability to design performance systems that are compliant with the claim numbers. We also put those designs through an independent audit system with a second independent engineering firm. That's a requirement of all the projects we do, where we take our design team that gets independently reviewed, and then we refresh that and reconsider any designs based on those recommendations before putting it forward for funding. This will obviously have, in addition here, the review by the city against the codes. I think one of the reasons that really drove our decision to invest in using organised labour on these projects is their experience in delivering against these codes and delivering a high quality product that is compliant, because you can design the best thing in the world, if it's not delivered properly and if it's not installed properly, it's not going to work. After that process, during the commissioning process, we test everything under full load conditions. So we bring in load banks, which are effectively emulators for the servers themselves, to stress everything from a heat perspective, from an electrical transmission perspective, to ensure all the components are up and running and working, and that's part of the acceptance criteria before that site is handed over to us as a working facility.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening. Thanks for being here this evening. I attended 3 of your community input sessions, and I thought it was, I learned quite a bit during that. And I know that there's quite a bit of concern about this fuel cell power plant that's going to be on site. Could you tell us about the fire suppression system in case there was a fire to happen on the facility, how it would be managed?
I think it would probably be better for the team from Bloom, as they've come in from quite a long way away, to come down and answer those questions, because they're far more qualified than I am on that one.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, would you mind making space for Mark, why don't you, if you don't mind? Okay, thank you.
Hi there, Marissa Blackshire, Vice President, Environment and Regulatory for Bloom. I lead our environmental health and safety teams. To speak generally to the question about fire suppression, the systems themselves are certified by UL laboratories, right? So they have to meet UL's safety standards. That's a safety certification company. In addition to that, our installations have to meet fire code, building code, electrical code. We're going to go through a process where first responders get to see the plans, they get to comment. We have multiple layers of protection. All of our systems are remote monitored 24/7, 365 days of the year. If there is an increase in temperature, if there's a decrease in temperature, if there's an increase in gas pressure, a decrease in gas pressure, we get a notification immediately, and we know whether that notification means we need to shut the system down. We also have skilled labor that we hire that also manages maintenance, responds in the event that one of those signals says someone needs to be on site immediately. So that would be a second layer of protection. And then the third layer of protection is we have shut-off valves on site at locations that are agreed to between us and first responders, where anyone can shut down the system, shut down the gas immediately if there's an emergency.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cost.
Thank you, President Spatafor. So I guess I have one last question, and this has been rolling in my head for months. You guys came to my constituent meeting. I appreciate that. You have been trying and trying and trying. You are giving all these things to the community for free, millions of dollars. You sat through tonight, the second session where we've had, 60, 70 people come opposed to this data center, maybe 5 or 6 in favor of it. What's the incentive? But I know I deal with developers regularly, and heck, we had one that some neighborhood groups suggested a non-binding community benefit agreement, and they were ready to walk away with the free money they had gotten from the state. But you guys are still here. So I'm trying to wrap my head around what's in it for you? I mean, is the profit margin that big? What is it?
I wish the profit margin was that big. No, I guess the easiest way is to start with why we started it in the first place. So when we got involved with this business, I was involved in the initial setup of the business. It was born out of a belief that we could do public infrastructure better. It was born out of exactly the problems that have been highlighted by the population of Lansing here today, being experienced in our own country, and in its restrictions on the ability to build housing, to build out that needed infrastructure in the west of London that was a result of data centre development done badly. Something that sucked up resources, that used it only within its space, did not think about the community around it, and did not think about how it integrated. I think that created an existential issue for the industry within that area, and stopped building for a number of years, and stopped their ability to respond to that. We strongly believe, I sort of feel like this is personal as well, but we strongly believe that this is a model that allows data center development in a way that is much more community focused than most, and doing so is really important for our continued ability to do what we do to make a living and do what we do to serve infrastructure. If we continue to act in the way that we've seen behavior in other states in this country and around the world from data center developers that prioritize themselves, and without consideration of environmental health, without consideration of the communities that they're joining, we won't be allowed to do this anymore. You're hearing the sentiment here tonight. If you continue doing that, we don't get to be a better business. We don't get to be a better industry. And there are great examples of industries that have ignored that and have really hurt themselves. The tobacco industry, which is arguably shouldn't exist, but there are other industries that have not changed, have not evolved, and have ended up in a position where they don't have a public license to operate anymore. They're not trusted, they're not believed by people, and we believe this is the right model. We believe this is the way we can build a sustainable business that is here for 40, 50, 100 years, is if we can be seen to be delivering infrastructure that doesn't just help our clients and build something that they need, but also helps the communities they're in, right? There is a real value in that. If we do that, we believe we can do that here in this country, and if we can, and proving to do that means we are the people to come to for that. Like, that's why we want to do this. This is showing that we can do the right thing. Doing this and doing this wrong serves no one. It doesn't serve the people of Lansing. It doesn't serve Deep Green. Doing it in the right way, delivering against all of our promises, is a way to show how this development can be done in a better way. If we don't deliver against this, it doesn't serve anyone. We're here to do it. We're here to do it here, and we're here to show that this is the right way, and then go on to do it elsewhere and help other communities in the same way.
I appreciate all of that, and I think that you probably believe that. I really feel like you just told me that most doctors choose camels just then, is what just happened.
I hear that. I appreciate that.
That's how I feel. So
No, I understand what you're
I
saying.
appreciate that you guys keep coming to this thing, but I mean, it's been clear. It's been clear for me. So, I appreciate your time.
So just we wouldn't be signing these agreements to enshrine that into the purchase process if we didn't believe in them, have a real commitment to deliver against them, and want to prove that. In a way, signing it in a document adds nothing or takes nothing away from us, because it's something we were always going to do ourselves. The purpose of putting it into the documents is to help prove to yourselves and to the people of Lansing that we're serious here.
Well, I don't see any other hands. Oh, Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you. So it sounds like from that sentiment that you just shared that this is an opportunity for us, a mid-size, Midwestern, formerly Rust Belt city, to have an opportunity to have innovation in our city and to internationally partner with a company that is willing to be bold and dream big for generations to come. Is that correct?
I mean, that is far better than I could phrase it.
I'm on my second Diet Coke, so
Yeah.
I'm on a roll. My only other question is, do you think that this will be outdated by the time that it's built?
In short, no.
Can you talk about why?
Yeah, very, very easily. Our focus as an operator, I always liken to what we do as a co-location data center operator is we're like self-storage. We are not there to build the specific rack or the specific server that is required and may well be and is being developed rapidly. We're there to build the infrastructure that supports that, the cooling infrastructure, the power delivery infrastructure, the structure itself that holds those as they increasingly getting heavier and heavier. This facility will be designed to support 20 megawatts of IT load, to cool that efficiently, and use less than 24 MVA or megawatts of grid power to do that. Within that and within the distribution there, that gives us an enormous amount of flexibility. We're seeing trends towards higher density racks from the chip perspective and high density chips. It is there and built to support that. That's part of our design reviews we go through. In addition, what we've seen fundamentally over the last 5 or 10 years is we've seen increased and rapidly changing improvements. This site and this approach supports all of that and will continue to support it in the future. But on top of that, enterprise deployments are not following the top end of the market that is buying these racks that cost $4, $5, $6 million per rack because they can't afford it. We couldn't afford it. They're running it on smaller, older machines that is lasting for far longer than their design lives of 7 years. And that's what is also supported by this facility. This is not a facility focused on the training, which is what's using the really top-end equipment. It's focused on enterprise uses. It's focusing on compute that has value to the companies using it, and that is being performed on much lower performant kit and much older designs. So from a reference architecture perspective and how we support the future of the data center, that fundamental of distribution and building the systems that support multiple generations of chips is going to provide us with that. We always anticipate refreshes throughout the life as the technology changes. But if it's built on proper fundamentals, which this is, that allows that easily rather than creating a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll leave it there. So Matt, Rob, Elizabeth, Larissa, and Scott, thank you for joining us this evening. Council, thank you for your comments. Members of the public, thank you for your input this evening. And Mr. Clerk, it's on to you.
Okay, we are to the referral of the public hearings, item 5, Glenburn Commons.
Committee on Operations.
Item 6, Principal Shopping District.
Committee on Operations.
Item 7, Z2 2026. That'll be taken up tonight.
They're taken up tonight, yes.
As well as number 8, right?
Same.
Okay, item 9, Act 7 2025.
The Committee of the Whole.
And we are to the consent agenda, and it's my understanding that items 18 and 19 will not be considered tonight as part of the consent agenda.
That is correct.
But we'll be back, I think, maybe 2 or 3 meetings in the future.
Probably likely the 11th of May, but yes. Whatever that is.
Okay, then we are to the consent agenda.
Councilmember Pallavanaglou.
Thank you. I move that we approve the consent agenda, removing items 18 and 19.
It is a proper motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we are to resolutions for action. And item 21 was already announced that that would not be taken up tonight. So we are to item 22, rejection of the Compensation Commission recommendation regarding the city clerk.
Councilmember Cost.
Yeah, so I'll explain all 3 of them on the first one, and then I don't have to go into detail on the next 2. Essentially, all 3 of these, we'll obviously vote one by one, are rejections. So a yes vote is a rejection of the pay raise that was recommended. I brought these forward last time. I'm bringing them forward again this time. I believe many of the people that I represent in the first ward have not gotten 3% and 5%, so this isn't personal against the current mayor or the current members of council or the current city clerk, who all do bang-up jobs. This is my personal objection to the pay raises when we see the average citizen not see those same pay raises in their paychecks, the folks that work at McDonald's and work those other jobs that don't get the union raises I do through my day job. So with that, I would move the rejection of the determination of the elected officers' compensation for the city clerk.
Yeah, Councilmember Garza, that's a proper motion. Councilmember Garza.
Thank you. Just curious, like back in COVID, I know a handful of us chose to take 10% and stand in solidarity with workers and give it back to the city. Is this something that, if we accept this raise, individual council members can give that money back as well?
Absolutely. You have to work with payroll to make that adjustment, but yes.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Navarez-Martinez.
I want to express that I really appreciate what Councilmember Cost is bringing up, but one of the things that I kind of struggle with is that these jobs are hard for people to take because unless you're independently wealthy, you have to have another job. And in order for us to get regular people, regular citizens of Lansing to be able to run for the city council and be able to serve, there has to be a way for them to still be able to pay their bills and do all of that. And that's so that people like me, who's a professor and who doesn't, who has the ability to, has a flexible job and I still make enough money to pay my bills, so that I'm not the only person, the only type of person that can serve in these types of jobs. Because the person who works at McDonald's can't take the city council job because they wouldn't be able to pay their bills and survive. And I want the people who, have those types of jobs to be able to say, you know what, I'm gonna become a city council person and still be able to survive, because we need those perspectives on council.
Any further discussion?
Just quickly, I completely agree with Councilmember Dea. I guess I'm confused because I think that the problem you pointed out is not this job paying well. It's their day jobs are not getting the raises. And I'm trying to make the point that that's my concern too. And with those day jobs not getting those raises, those folks that are working poor essentially, who don't get to see the pay raises, a quarter pay raise may be good for them, not a 3% or a 5% pay raise. That is a societal problem, right? But I think we could set the example by saying we're not going to take those pay raises. I mean, you're correct. An average person, I have bills. We don't live in a big house. We live paycheck to paycheck sometimes. 10 years ago, I was working at Quality Dairy. My spouse works at Quality Dairy. We are not wealthy people. I put myself in a lot of debt to get on this seat, and I continue to spend a lot of money every year in my ward, pay for things out of my pocket. And so I don't think, in my opinion, that politicians giving themselves pay raises is what the city needs. I think the better example is to say we're going to reject these, that the workers that are working hard to keep the city moving, that pay the taxes so we can be up here and we make those decisions on that tax money, that they have those necessary services. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it adds up to me. That might just be one more street that gets swept versus pay raises for us. I know that's a bit simplistic, but that's how I feel.
I will just say that I believe that you represent your ward really well, and you shouldn't be going into debt in order to do that. You need to have a living wage. And so if other people that would represent their wards as well as you would have the opportunity to do so and survive, that is something that we should hold ourselves to.
I think we're saying the same thing, just kind of differently.
Councilmember Hussein. I thought I saw your hand.
Yeah, I don't have a ton to add. I guess I was just going to say, regardless of where folks land, I just wanted to acknowledge that it was a lot of intentionality, and I appreciate that with regard to the ELCC, and I appreciated Mr. Milo coming down. Appreciated them looking at similarly sized cities and looking at similarly kind of contemplated governments and things like that. My only concern when I looked at the rationale for the raises, the rationale did not include those that we represent, their economic realities, which obviously has been referenced by Ryan. The fact that 1 in 5 of our citizens live at or below the federal poverty line. 50% of our households right now are at or below the ALICE threshold. And then even when it comes to those that we represent in terms of our city staff, they went all the way back to ELCC, which again, very intentional, and I appreciate it, but back to 1990 to take a look at what salaries would be across the board if we had gotten inflationary adjustments. I can promise you that when we look at different bargaining groups and we go through different negotiation cycles, that we're not going back that far either. And so although we have been giving pretty consistently the last several cycles 3% to our city staffers, number one, I don't remember consecutive cycles as an example at 5% or more. But they have, dating back to 1990, they've dealt with pay freezes, they've dealt with 1% and 2% bumps that haven't, kept pace with inflation, and we aren't able to adjust in that way. And frankly, if you go back to 1990, we're not nearly as competitive with regards to our professional positions as we were then, right? And we've had conversations in closed session about this. We've had closed session or conversations about that in front of in front of the public. So I just think it would be to me, I agree with Councilmember Cost. I think it's a bit tone deaf at this point to approve those types of raises with that type of rationale when we're not considering the financial situations of those we represent, nor the raises that we have or have not been able to give to our city staffers over the past several, frankly, decades, since some of that rationale was used to defend these raises for us.
Thank you. Any further discussion? As a reminder, yes is a vote in favor of the resolution, which would result in rejecting the EOCC's recommendations. Greg's nodding, which means I got it right, even at 10:30. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. First one carries. Councilmember Cost?
So
First
I
one
would,
fails, excuse me.
Yeah, I would,
Explanation.
first, I forgot to mention the elected officers' compensation and the work they do. I want to thank them for the work that they did on this. I just happen to disagree. I don't think that your work's in vain. So with that, I would move the second motion to reject the determination for the mayor's pay increase.
That is a proper motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion fails.
And then I would
24,
move.
Councilmember Cost.
I would move. Sorry.
Sorry.
I would move to reject the pay raises for the city council president, vice president, and council members.
That is a proper motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion fails.
Okay, we are to ordinances for introduction and setting of public hearing.
Councilmember Carter.
I have to read it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have to read it by the title. Sorry, I have to get to the right one first. Okay. We have an ordinance of the City of Lansing, Michigan to amend Chapter 404 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Lansing by amending Section 404.01E to modify Uniform Traffic Code Parking Regulations, Rule 141, to provide that the operating hours of time and location regulated parking in the Lansing Municipal Parking System shall be between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. The ordinance is read a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councilmember Carter.
Yes, thank you. Clerk, you said it all, but ultimately this is to have the items that were before us was back on the 19th last week, and it was drafted to address the systems needed to identify by the Walker Consultants firm in December 2023 as part of their comprehensive study of parking services, assets, and policies within the city. And for the ordinance, the first one, this one was regarding the metered parking hours of operation. And this was to seek to amend the existing hours of enforcement for meter parking with the intention of better aligning enforcement with motorists' use patterns and local commercial activities. As documented in the parking study, the new proposed enforcement would shift to 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and the current enforcement hours that we currently have is from 8 a.m. to 6. And with that, we are I'm asking to amend ordinance number 25 and changing the hearing date from April 6th to April 20th, just to allow for plenty of time for presentations.
Sure. And for those that we're moving the hearing to the 20th because we wanted to have parking here, but on the 6th, it probably didn't make sense to add that to the agenda. So the first vote we'll have is an amendment to the resolution, and then we'll vote on the resolution for setting the public hearing. All those in favor of any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll take a vote on the resolution setting the public hearing for the 20th of April. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we have an ordinance of the City of Lansing, Michigan to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Lansing by amending Section 404.03 for the purposes of allowing payment at a reduced rate for an expired meter violation until midnight of the day of issuance. The ordinance is read a first time by its title and referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councilmember Carter.
Yes, so very similar, but again, meter parking reduced payment rate ordinance. So this again seeks to amend the time during which the expired meter violation can be paid at a reduced rate with the intention of establishing more reasonable and consistent administrative policies for violations. The proposed amendment would allow an expired meter violation to be paid at a reduced rate until midnight on the day of the violation that was issued. The current ordinance allows for this reduced rate only if the fine is paid within 2 hours of the violation being issued. So this proposed amendment also strikes language that requires violations to be paid in person at the Parking Violation Bureau in recognition of virtual payment options that are made available on the parking service website. And again, this was amendment to move the hearing date from April 6th to the 20th.
Thank you, Councilmember Carter. Same situation here. So the first vote is on the amendment to alter the resolution to the 20th of April. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we are
on to the actual adoption of the resolution for the hearing on the 20th of April. Long night. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, we are to ordinances for passage. We have an ordinance of the City of Lansing, Michigan, providing for the rezoning of a parcel of real property located in the City of Lansing, Michigan, and for the revision of the district maps adopted by Section 1242.02 of the Code of Ordinances, Z2 2026, 332 Townsend Street, rezoning from DT3 downtown core to RAR residential adaptive reuse. The ordinance is read a second time by its title, was reported from the Committee on Development and Planning.
Thank you, President Spatafor.
Thank you, Vice President Palavanaglou. So I'm going to talk about 27 and 28 together, just because they play together. But we have to pass the rezone ordinance before we pass the SLU. But I'll talk to them in tandem. So basically, Z226 would rezone the property located at 332 Townsend from D23 downtown core to RAR residential adaptive reuse. Additionally, the accompanying resolution SLU 2-2026 will provide a special land use permit so the property be operate as a shelter care facility. We've heard the presentation from Shelby Frere from the Nest. They're looking at closing down the site over on Larch and moving into this facility here, which was previously the Michigan licensed beverages, Michigan Wine and Beer Wholesalers. They are renovating it to be a day shelter as well as a family shelter and a zone of shelter for veterans. So there is hope that this would create a lot of synergies between the mission that's right down the street and then having the shelter here to provide day services. So with that, I would move the Z2 2026 ordinance for passage, and I believe it's roll call.
Just for the record, I haven't heard any opposition to this, but can you talk just a little bit about why the discharge from committee and why the vote the same night as the public hearing was the necessity of that?
Yes, I think I thought they said it at the presentation, but they're looking to close on some loans and vacate the current facility before we met again. And we were gonna play this by ear if we didn't hear a lot of observation at the special presentation we had 2 weeks ago. I think I articulated to the council we would move it the same night that we had the vote, and that's why we pulled Ms. Freyer in off cycle. If we did hear a lot of opposition, we would have pushed pause and then said, sorry, we can't do that for you. So I think, as you highlighted, we didn't hear more than maybe one person have some reservations in person, virtually, or electronically. So that's why we moved it all to one. They had some timing constraints just trying to get out of the old facility, getting the new facility ready for residents. And, yeah.
Okay, on adoption of the ordinance, Councilmember Navarez Martinez. Councilmember Pelley Vonnegut.
Yes.
Councilmember Spatafor.
Yes.
Councilmember Carter. Yes. Councilmember Garza. Yes. Councilmember Cost. Yes. Councilmember Hussein. Yes. Councilmember Martinez. Yes. 8 yeas, 0 nays, the ordinance is adopted. And that takes us to item 28, SLU 2 of 2026.
President Spatafor.
I would move the resolution for SLU 2 2026, the special land use permit for 332 Townsend Street to allow for a sheltered care facility in the RAR Residential Adaptive Reuse District.
Proper motion. Any comments? No? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 All those opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, we are to speaker registration for public comment on city government matters. If you have not had an opportunity to sign in and wish to address city council further tonight, please get up and get with Maggie in the next minute or so. And with that, we are to the referral items.
Vice President Palavanaglou.
I move that all items be considered as being read in full and that the proper referrals be made by President Spatafor.
That is a proper motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
From the clerk, minutes of boards and commissions.
Placed on file.
And liquor license Steak Shack.
City operations.
From the mayor, appointment of Brandon List to the Michigan Avenue Corridor Improvement Authority.
Development and planning.
Reappointment of Brian Baer to the Capillary District Library.
Committee of the whole.
Donation acceptance for
City operations.
That one's going to city operations?
Yes.
Donation acceptance, Doherty and Miles families for the dive unit.
Ways and means.
Grant acceptance, Department of Housing and Urban Development for Lead Safe Lansing.
Ways and means.
Grant acceptance, Michigan State Police for local cybersecurity grant program.
Ways and means.
Grant acceptance, Ingham County Housing and Homeless Millage for hotel accommodations for unhoused individuals.
Ways and means.
Grant acceptance, Ingham County Housing and Homeless Millage for Mod Pods.
Ways and means.
2 items on Make Safe or Demolish for A13 Beeman Street.
Public safety.
2 items on Make Safe or Demolish for 108 West Barnes.
Public safety.
Wet Weather Control Program Amendment.
City operations.
Designation of Manor Costerison as the external auditor.
Ways and means.
Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan for the coming fiscal year and setting the public hearing.
Committee of the whole.
And the city budget and the setting of the hearing resolution.
Committee of the whole.
And from the Elected Officers Compensation Commission, the determinations relative to the city clerk, mayor, and city council.
Placed on file.
Communications and petitions, we have 14 communications from Allison Peeler regarding various city issues.
Placed on file.
We are to remarks by the council members.
See no one, so we'll move on.
Remarks by the mayor.
Also no.
All right, then we have circled back to public comment. And we have Jody Washington followed by Jerry Norris.
Jody Washington Lansing. Some of what I witnessed up here tonight was pretty surprising to me. Dr. Martinez, your job is only a part-time job. Nobody is expected to live on these wages for their daily household living. Every person except for one has always had a full-time job to make their family needs. You are public servants. You're getting paid pretty darn good for a part-time job. And I know how many hours you put in. Some of you don't put in very many. And as far as cost, he went into debt because his seat didn't get bought like most of yours. He wasn't financed by the chamber and the unions. You didn't listen to him. And as far as Clara Martinez, too bad she isn't here. How dare she look down her nose and act like we don't know what democracy is. In this city, we've gotten the best democracy money can buy because you're all up there because of who gave you money, except for Adam and Ryan. The rest of you were highly financed. So thank you for special interest groups giving us the democracy because you all flooded, you had the ability, and there's nothing wrong with it, flooded mailboxes with your lit pieces. And as far as the comment, like the public doesn't know the difference between science and marketing, how dare she? How dare she? Some of you did not have a very good look tonight. And I would think that in the future, you might consider that who you're talking to, we are not a wealthy city. You might sit up there as elitists, but the rest of us don't have that kind of money. None of us that serve on council have flexible jobs. It can be done. It's a part-time job, Dayanira. Adam, Ryan, thank you for thinking about the people that are actually paying your wages that are not getting these increases. That goes for you, Chris, and you, Andy. Enough is enough. We will take our city back because you all don't get it.
Thank you. Next, we have Jerry Norris, followed by Michael Navarre Williams.
Jerry Norris, the Fledge. I will reiterate what Jody just said. Councilmember Clara Martinez, your comments, your questions were gaslighting, they were demeaning, they were quite offensive to me, and I'm sure to others. It was an insult. Thank you guys for bringing up that 50% of the city lives under the ILS threshold and we live paycheck to paycheck and we're suffering. I would like to point out that 65% of us live under the ILS threshold in the census tract that you guys are putting your power plant in. So it is a environmentally justice oppressed area, and it's a great place to choose to put this. It's a great look. I was gonna read all of the money. It's 00, I remember that, it's 1,500. I'll read the rest at the next one of how much money each of you have gotten over the years to be in your seats. I will also be reading who gave you that money. I will be giving references so that you all can go look it up and look at I-990s and all of that. Jody is not wrong at all. She's from the inside. I'm not doing this research. It's being fed to me. I'm looking it up. I'm checking it, and I'm going to tell everybody on record what this is. This is disgusting. We are not a value-driven city. We are doing what they tell you. You've done a great job tonight. Doing what your bosses tell you. I know that people often say the strong mayor is the cause of all this. That's not even close to being true. I'm sorry I've ever said it was your fault, Andy. It's just the money. So money out of politics, let's get that going, guys. Want to talk about fear of missing out. We think this thing is, something that's going to slip by us or whatever. All of those answers were great. They checked a lot of boxes that I have concerns about. Please see the documents before you do the rezoning. Please see the studies before you do the rezoning. There's scientists that you're smiling about. they can do whatever they want, but they still get paid for you. Remember that when U of M does a study and it's paid for by DTE, then maybe it's a little bit biased, or it's or maybe it wasn't DTA, it was consumers or whoever. But for all the people that still have values up there, the fear of missing out, you know, that's an anxiety thing. But the joy of missing out, the joy of voting no and going home and being able to say, I came here to do something, to work for the people, to protect the people, and to do something for them, that joy that you will feel when you walk away with that vote, that's going to be much more than that joy she's feeling right now. Peace out, Clara.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Navarro-Williams, followed by Linda Epling.
What up, though? I'm here to talk about something that's not poisoning a city like a data center, a skate park. I've been going to the skate park for about like 10 years over in Randy, over in Frandor. Just 3 years ago, we got like a porta potty, barely gets cleaned, heroin needles, poop all over the thing. MSU's been popping off with their skate club since the Olympics went off. And now we get like 20, 30 people on Fridays. We got one little porta potty. We can't go to the bathrooms that are in like a building because I guess it's Lansing Catholics only. They got exclusive rights to it. We can't get it open for some reason. We're like one of the most used parks in Lansing. Everybody's out there. You occasionally see people over at the little like tennis courts that you're trying to convert to pickleball. Old guy constantly does the practice wall, but hey, if we want to go to the bathroom, we got to go all the way into the Frandor for the businesses. We used to be able to go to Big B if we bought like a coffee, but then it's just like they closed it down. So we got nothing. We even have an inside joke that, oh, we're so used to peeing in the bowl because we ain't got a bathroom. It'd just be like nice to have a bathroom that's constant. So little kids don't have to go into like a absolutely torched porta potty with poop on the walls. From some homeless guy taking a bath in it. It's just kind of like that. Just kind of like actually care about the parks that get used and not like the random ones that just sit empty forever. That's kind of about it. I'd rather have a Hot and Now built downtown also than a data center.
Thank you. Next, we have Linda Epling, followed by Kelly Smith.
Hello, for the record, I'm Linda Epling, and the first issue I want to talk about is A1. I request that the council reject the request to sell land for the purpose of building an AI facility in Lansing. AI is not a job generator and uses a significant amount of water and energy. The people of Lansing should not have to pay for this use of resources. AI will not generate jobs. A related issue to this matter is the Board of Water and Light. The Board of Water and Light has increased fees by 10%, then another 10%. This amounts to approximately 21% increase. Additionally, between 2 and 8, you are charged more money for the use of electricity. I do not believe the request for an AI in Lansing and the rate increases are a coincidence. I recommend the council immediately investigate the relationship with the AI and the Board of Water and Light. I find that that is not a coincidence, those rate increases. My second issue regards the SAFE Act being discussed at this point in the federal government, i.e. Senate. This act would put in place a requirement for people of citizenship. You would be required to produce a birth certificate or a passport in person to register to vote. This will not be favorable to us. And in fact, I'd say some of you, if this passes, will not be up there. One, over 700,000 eligible Michigan voters do not have access to these documents. This will impact young voters, elderly voters, new voters, and voters of color. Michigan and the federal government already have regulations in place that ensure only citizens can vote. I would strongly suggest that this council take a position on this. As I said before, if this passes, some of y'all ain't gonna be back.
Thank you. Next, we have Kelly Smith, followed by James Raphael.
Sorry, I'm back. I filled up both sheets because I kind of forgot what I'm doing, but I'm up here now, so you got to hear me again. I'm actually kind of glad I'm back up here because after listening to them, and then some of their people back there are a little angry, I think, got a little riled up, starting to say the city's going to go bankrupt if we don't do this. I kindly asked him he could just leave. You know, you're not from here. You like to stay at the Graduate and you come to town. That's nice. Listening to their arguments, their data, their insights, it skips around a lot, and I think it missed a lot of the points. A lot of my neighbors, my residents bring up, we can't undo the bad thing we don't know entirely about at this point. I think I said that before. When their best argument they can think of for an industry, like we got to keep the industry, we got to be the best in this industry. When the best argument they can come up with is the tobacco industry, that should be telling where they're at. There's how many industries one could point to, and the best that they could come up with was the tobacco industry. I implore you, all of you, to think about who we're inviting into our community. These are not people from Lansing. They do not have our best interests in mind. They made that very clear. They had their industry's best interest in mind. An industry that is proving in its infancy, it does not care about people. It doesn't care about people that look like a lot of you on the board, that look like a lot of my neighbors, that look like some of my friends that I can't visit anymore. It doesn't care about people that live overseas that these data centers and AI are using to kill. I do not want to live in a neighborhood that supports this. They want to talk about, oh, your city's going to go bankrupt if you don't take this, that, or the other. He wants to get angry. He seems like he wants a fight, and we will give it to them if the data center comes here. I do not want to go to sleep every single night knowing that I live in a city that has blood on its hands. I didn't come up here with a plan this time. They showed a lot of their faces during their talk. It showed me far more than any of the PowerPoints or anything I've looked up on Google or anything I've read about on Facebook or anywhere else you can get information. Please vote no on this data center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is James Raphael, followed by Mrs. Wilson.
All right, hi. How's it going? I didn't get to speak at the last one, so I know I'm kind of beating a dead horse about talking about the data center again, but I would like to bring up one thing. It seems there was a whole argument about whether, this will be terrible for the environment, or this will be a windfall for the city. Both of these things make sense, although both of these arguments are predicated on the lie that was initially exposed to us at the very beginning, the very first slide that they showed us, which was data centers are the way of the future. They really aren't, unless we want them to be for some terrible reason, which it's not a sustainable industry. It's just a terrible idea that will, at best, it's a plagiarism machine. At worst, it is a tool of government oppression. And as far as ways that the city could spend its money, or things that we could bring in to benefit us, this really isn't one of them. The thing that this reminds me of the most is if I don't know. You remember 15 years ago when for some reason every single movie that came out was in 3D? Even ones that didn't warrant it. It was just you had a bunch of these tech bros that were talking to theaters and stuff and being like, oh, this is the way of the future. This is how things are gonna be. This is gonna be amazing. And it took us all of about 3-4 months before we're like, wow, this looks terrible and we are done with this. But you still had these theaters that were making commitments to being like, oh, we have a 5-year plan to replace all of these things with like amazing 3D projectors. Everything's gonna look awesome. We abandoned that so quickly when the public just wasn't here for it. And right now, where we are currently, only the most depraved among us actually opt to use AI. The majority of people absolutely disdain it and will avoid it at every single opportunity. So when it comes to making money as a city, if this is what we're down to, if this is really the best option, I personally, I can't speak for everyone else here, but as a resident here for 20 years, if you could just take my tax dollars and just bet them on a horse. Because honestly, there's only 2 possible outcomes of that. One, we might actually benefit. It's slim, but possible. But also, horse betting as an industry isn't threatening to take down the entire world economy. So, I don't know. I sincerely hope you guys will vote against this, because I don't think it's in any of our best interests, not any of yours, not any of the people that actually plan to make money from this, not in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mrs. Wilson, followed by Darren.
Greetings again. Mrs. Wilson, South Lansing. Mayor Shore, please consider adding some more entertainment venues in our downtown area, such as more museums, more family fun interaction centers, and eateries. Also, consider a casino. That should have been in Lansing like yesterday already. We are the capital of Michigan, and we need to represent. That liquor store that will be opening up, located on 4700 Pleasant Grove Road, it should look more presentable. I am not pleased with what looks like handwritten words of liquor store, beer, wine, lotto. That looks horrible and tacky. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Darren, followed by David Del Cid.
So, what do you call a lesbian with long nails? Exhausted. I leave my house at 7 a.m. and I don't get home until 10 p.m. right now. I work in manual labor. I have earned my calluses, disabilities and all. And in my free time, I like working with homeless people. So you all know that I've been working with the people who were formerly the Dietrich encampment, and then they went to Causeway Bay. And just this weekend, we managed to move the first person who was a recipient of a voucher into her apartment. So that was wonderful, and we are so grateful for that opportunity. There's been vouchers all around for the people that are still there. Not everybody, but a lot of them, and it would be cool if the people that were evicted were still eligible for the program that they were in. I've seen some of them on the street, and they have had a rough time. I don't remember if it was the city or the county, but someone gave us a grant to pay homeless people to help clean up parks, and we've started doing that. It's been a hit. The first one had 27 people, homeless people, that came and picked up the park. That's also really awesome. And so, again, don't remember if it was the city or the county, but thank you. That being said, we do have people who live outside who still keep asking when's their chance to be in the hotel program. And we keep having to explain that it was a lawsuit and they don't understand that. As a side note, a few months ago, I came here and brought up my concerns for the potential for sex trafficking of homeless women here in Lansing, that it was happening. I told a story that I've never told on record. So some people have told me some very harrowing stories recently. A lot of the ways that you treat homeless people here in Lansing is actively making that problem worse. There is a serious sex trafficking issue here in Lansing with our homeless people. So could you please stop evicting our encampments? Thank you.
Thank you. We have David Del Cid, followed by Michael Mercer.
Hey there. So we've heard a lot tonight, a great deal about the AI data center already. It's very well known, the apocalyptic environmental impacts that we're seeing pop up all around the country. People are getting psychosis just from hearing the noise 24/7 in their houses. And yeah, we've been made some interesting promises about how it's all gonna be different than it's been so far, than what we've ever seen so far. We all know that AI is slop, it's trash, it's a brain smoother. It's outsourcing human creativity, outsourcing human thought, and the human mind is the greatest gift that we have as human beings. It's what literally shapes our world, and we're trying to outsource that, and who exactly is behind it and pushing for it is something I haven't heard anyone talk about tonight's the history of AI and where it actually comes from. I'm willing to bet most people don't know about the Common Sense Symposium of 2002. Before that, AI was pretty good at pattern recognition, but it couldn't think like a person. It couldn't talk like a person. And so Jeffrey Epstein hosted the Common Sense Symposium, where he gathered the world's greatest technological minds of the time onto his private island that he owned in the Virgin Islands. And that's where the idea to basically create social media and train AI off of us, how to think like us and how to act like us and how to entertain us. And that's where it comes from. And that's who's behind this push, is that class of people, a class of people that all of us reject. Anybody with any shred of decency rejects that. And the vote's gotta be no. It's not the future. The future is not gonna be that. There's people that are pushing for that, but the vast majority of people do not want that and have no interest in that. And, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Mercer.
I'd like to talk about the data center. Like I said here a while ago, maybe a month and a half ago, the place where it to be would be out there in Delta Township in that business district area where, like somebody here said earlier, Liquid Web is. There's two of them. There's one on Kreitz Road, and there's one off from, oh man, what's the other? Way out there near Horrocks area, that road. Anyhow, it's in the business district area. And about that data center, Andy, that I was told you signed papers, by what I was told by somebody going door to door about a couple of weeks ago over near the Morris Park area. I stopped and talked to him, and I told him he got to get a petition started. Like I said down here last meeting, someone needs to get a petition started to take, the votes away from the council when they vote on it and it goes through, which it hasn't yet been voted on. And they told me that you already signed, he's telling me that you already signed papers for this project to get going. But I'd like to know, how come it's not council or the people's decision? Really, you people, let me tell you something. Back in the past, we had Carol Wood on council. I remember that project for $175 million. She did not want to make that decision herself. She wanted it to go on the ballot. And I think here, this too should go on the ballot for the people to make the decision, not for you people that don't know what the hell you're talking about. I want it to go to the people. It's their city, it's their dollars. They should be the ones to make that decision, no matter what. It's the citizens' decision. It's their city, it's their tax dollars, and they should be the ones to make that, not you. Or else, like people said, if you're gonna make that decision and you're gonna make it go through like Andy wants it to go through, then I think you guys should be long gone.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
And with no further business for the committee, the council, we are adjourned at 11:06.
In every culture, language, and possible iteration, it may be